Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2025 Chess.com Classic as part of the Champions Chess Tour. My name is Grandmaster Mon Hamilton. I'm with Gotham Chess International Master Levy Rosman. What's up, Levy? Are you ready for the commentary today?
Yes, I am. It's good to be with you. I saw Canada had a little internet outage. I see you're trying to copy Spain, but seems like everything is good, and hopefully we have a smooth show today.
Hey, nothing could stop me, Levy. Nothing could stop me. Glad to be here. And most importantly, as the games are going to get underway shortly, let's tell people the standings as we know them right now. And this is for the overall tour, right? This is what the people are earning right there. You can see the point totals and take note of those icons to the right of the names. That, Levy, is just all the teams that have signed these strong players.
Obviously, they knew what they were doing. Given the fact that 12 out of 12 have a team. Maybe some of them waited after the first qualification, but they were obviously pretty sharp. Shame this entire list is not signed by somebody, but overall, Lamont, how does this ranking match up to maybe your pre-tour expectations when the Esports World Cup was announced?
Definitely makes a lot of sense. Of course, when you look at the top 5, 6, 8 names even, but there are so many names from 11 to 20 that you just feel could easily take that step up. And we remember there are still a few spots up for grabs. And that's what we're going to be focusing on today, Levy, is we'll take a look at the bracket and we can really get that overall picture of people's path to ultimately the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia. So let's take a look first at the winners bracket, and we'll just jump into the winners semifinals here. You can see the path that the players have taken. And right now we have Carlsen against Abdusattorov and Hikaru Nakamura against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Levy, some very, very enticing matchups.
For sure. I think when this event was announced, and frankly, when any Rapid Blitz event is announced over the last 5 years, you kind of expect Carlsen and Nakamura to be there in the semifinals. Jan Nepomniachtchi is a Rapid and Blitz monster. So that's a really exciting semifinal matchup on the bottom of the screen. But at the top, Amon, you have Nodirbek, who didn't even play in the first event. And if he did,
Correct.
He didn't score a single point, which, I mean, he scored as many points as we did. But I'm very curious to see whether he's going to be the one making it through today.
Yep, I think Nodirbek, based on his point total and how well he's done, may already have secured his spot as we take a look at the losers bracket. And this is where the real fight is, Levy, because there are 12 spots in total up for grabs. 10 have been claimed, which means those last 2, I mean, look at how many players are fighting for them. We have Fedoseev against Fabi, Ding against Artemiev, Wei Yi against Aronian, MVL against Arjun, and all these matches are going to be taking place today, along with some more. So, Levy, I mean, just so many strong players and only 2 spots that are still up for grabs.
For sure, and games are underway. We'll get there in a moment. But from this list, about half these players are not necessarily a lock. Artemiev, Wei Yi, MVL, those guys are still fighting to survive in the top 12. Yep. I think Evergaisi and Caruana are all but locked in, even if they lose the remainder of their games. But anything can happen. And of course, we have the main events at the top. Some were voicing their concerns with guys like Carlsen and Nakamura and Nepo having an impact on the qualification of the players that can make it to Saudi Arabia, but and maybe for good reason, Amon, because they're in the winner's semifinal, and we might very well have Carlsen winning back-to-back events, but that's what happens when you have only one big superstar at the very top.
It's true, yeah. You mentioned Abdusattorov, who did not play in the initial qualifier. There's also Esipenko, who's not playing in this qualifier, and funny enough, his path to qualification just involves like, hey, I hope Magnus and Hikaru can just beat everyone for me so that, no one else gains any points. So everyone has their own qualification path. And I mean, looking at the games as they've started here, obviously on the top, that is the winner's bracket. Certainly some big names up there, Levy, but we want to draw our attention to those 4 boards on the bottom of the screen, because those are the ones that ultimately impact, the rest of the official lineup.
And moves are being very, very rapidly played, no pun intended, on so many of these boards. I mean, it looks like Carlsen and Abdusattorov are in a deep middle game that looks like a semi-Tarash. We've got Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi. I have absolutely no idea what is happening in that game. That game looks ridiculous. You tell me where to go. I mean, of all these games, I think MVL Arjun and maybe Wei Aronian. I mean, really the losers bracket are the games that are the most important. But maybe we jump into
Agree.
Carlsen Abdusattorov, because Carlsen's got to maintain his foot on the gas, and Abdusattorov needs to score some points.
Yeah, we have the Magnus Carlsen, someone you just simply can't overlook, no matter what tournament, what format. Always exciting to watch. He's currently on top of the table and looking to probably cement it, because let's not forget, while everything we've talked about, Levy, is about a path to the Esports World Cup, this is its own individual tournament. This is a Chess.com Classic. Not only is there prestige in just winning this event, there's prize money, and we know these players are representing esports orgs, so there's quite a lot on the line, even at the very top here.
Can I just quickly? What makes this a classic? What qualifications do you have to hit for it to be deemed a
To use
classic?
the word classic.
I see. All right, that's classic. Let me just do a instant replay. A lot of moves were played. This is a semi-tarish. This variation was very popular. Maybe like 7 years ago or so. It was deemed as a nice way for Black to completely kill the game, but the traditional way, not the mirror image pawn captures, which has gotten more popular. Amon, you avoid all of this by just playing bishop f4, not dealing with any of this boring stuff. And actually, my eval bar, it just kind of got out of the theory stage, was showing that we are still in the book mode. White can sometimes push this pawn, create some attacking chances. But do you think Magnus is looking to do that, or is he looking to get Nodirbek to provoke a fight with him instead?
Yeah, I mean, we also have to remember there's 4 games in this match. I don't think anyone's trying to overstep in game number 1, either side, really. So probably a more measured approach where you kind of take your chances as they come, but definitely not looking to take too much risk. And yeah, the target score is 2.5. Right, we have four games between these players in the winners bracket, and right now I could say Magnus is probably satisfied. Rook c1, queen f4 come to mind, and often you see White even push this h pawn, just kind of like h4, h5, h6 if he can. He goes h3. Oh, that's modest. That's modest. Maybe to your point of really not doing too much here.
H3 is a very anti-Magnus move. I feel like he's been playing H4 in every type of position. He played it against Duda yesterday and won a really nice game. H3 is weird. It's a weird move.
It's just a good move. It's not spectacular. Yeah. It's not flashy. It's just plain old good. And I don't think it's going to be bothersome for Nodirbek. You mentioned d5. Sometimes White does play d5, and then after it gets captured, follow up with e5 as a way to, open up that bishop on d3. But I really think we're trending towards a more standard approach. Rook's going to the c file, maybe trading off. Sometimes White plays a4, a5, and looks to just get rid of that one weak pawn. But looking very even here, as the eval bar represents.
Maybe we let these guys figure out just how viciously they want to fight it out, and we pop over to the Hikaru Nepo game, where the bar has been, just absolutely going ballistic while these guys were figuring out their business. Jan down nearly 3 minutes. When's the last time Jan was down about 30 to 40% of his opponent's time in a game ever?
Yeah, Jan is it's a really good point. He's known as incredibly quick. So if he's spending time, I know the position must be a little bit wild. And we see already, f takes e3 has clearly been played in this one. So how the hell did we get here, Levy? What happened?
Well, it started this is typical Hikaru business. It started as a ready. It started as this typical Hikaru stuff. And then what did Nepo? All of this is normal. Okay, Rook c1, I guess, is a little bit strange, allowing Black maybe to march in, which is exactly what Jan did, trying to refute the position. But as you said, Amon, totally imbalanced and chaotic position here as I catch up to the live, which is here, which is obscure to say the least.
Very. I wonder if we'll see more strange moves like knight h4. Sometimes you even prepare this with queen e1, but looking at the f5 square, if Black ever plays g6, the bishop on b2 starts to look, really, really well placed on that diagonal. And yeah, just as you're highlighting, these bishops aim towards the king certainly make a great impression. I would say that Hikaru has the more unorthodox position here, which in the long run may not pay off, but immediately I look at the position and I'm like, okay, there's some really good attacking chances for White.
For sure. The problem is in some of these positions, every move that you make towards generating an attack comes with maybe some drawback. I mean,
Mhm.
sometimes if you play knight to h4, you're immediately granting some more power to this light squared bishop. Also, the knight on h4 isn't protected. There could be various tactics, but overall, I think I would much prefer to play white. Maybe not against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but
Yep.
against somebody of equal strength. I am. There's queen e1. There's the move, and so now, but see, the computer didn't even like it, which is
Yeah, I
why
think
not?
that he almost needed more haste, like immediately knight h4. You didn't need to, and I don't know if knight h4 is a good move, by the way, but this kind of indicates queen g3 or maybe supporting knight h4. And I think that the desired move is just something a bit more direct because you give black enough time to consolidate. Objectively, black's structure is better here. This is the more exciting game of the ones in the winners bracket. But I tell you, Levy, I have a position for you. MVL and Arjun is one that I think we should jump to. It's looking wilder than this, and this looks exciting. I'll give you that. But if we take a look at the bird's eye view, we can see all the games. And bottom left of your screen right here, I see MVL and Arjun opposite sides castled. I see a piece sacrificed. I think things are really popping off here in the losers bracket.
Yeah, I'm trying to get over there. Trying to toggle my way over there in a moment. Uh, I'm gonna try to figure this out. It's been a morning of technical difficulties worldwide. I know we
It's
haven't had a
true.
chance to get the player cams going. As I'm trying to make my way over there, this game is also getting insanely spicy. Hikaru versus Nepo, but they're already guaranteed a spot. So
Yeah, we can stick with whatever game you have up here. The fact of the matter is, I think those guys in the winners bracket, they're obviously still playing for something, prizes, placement, but ultimately, I think we can all relate to that struggle of wanting to qualify. Like that's a huge deal for those players in the losers bracket, and the games kind of reflect that. They're playing very aggressively.
it's almost nicer in some sense to have something to fight for. I feel like if you show up and you already kind of made it, there's a chance like the games end quickly or they end in some sort of draws, and it's not going to be anything exciting.
Hmm.
But well, clearly not in the case of Hikaru and Nepo. You wanted MVL versus Aragaisi. I'm ready. Up and oh my word!
Yeah, you
This
see
is
why I wanted to take us here, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolute fireworks. There was a knight sacrificed on that b5 square, so we have an extra piece here for Arjun. But look at the crazy placement of the eval bar, just right in the middle. Levy, it's like, oh yeah, this is completely equal.
not after that move apparently, but it was
And this
up
move looks
until that
good.
moment.
So, well, what are we talking about here? It's threatening rook a8, queen a5. I mean, struggling to understand.
Oh, and now it's +2. We're going on a roller coaster.
Yeah, this is a great game to be on here. Queen a5 intended. I'm also looking at strange moves like bishop c5, rook a8, bishop f1 to h3. So many moves to consider here.
We have the blue arrow shining through our guiding light for what is the best move, and there it is on the board from MVL.
Yep, really big fan of this bishop f1 move. It looks just so nonchalant, opening up the rook from e1 to capture the e pawn, but bishop to h3 will actually lead to a potential checkmate. If black carelessly plays e4, all of a sudden bishop to h3 check, you'll have to put something on d7, and whatever you put there, rook a8 will be checkmate. So a really clever move, and deservedly earning that great move notation, exclamation mark.
Very easy to miss as well, but maybe not for Arjun's level, considering that you were always kind of monitoring the bishop going to g4. But bishop f1 is one of these moves that is the final headache that you can't solve. You
Mhm.
thought you kind of got rid of everything, but you were ready to give up a rook to save your king, but white is not taking
Right.
anything and your position just has a million weaknesses and yeah, that's, you got to play a move like that basically. But I think rook b7, Aman, what are we looking at here? Queen b5, bishop h3, you
Yeah.
got a million things.
Big fan of rook b7 and queen b5. I'd be shocked if that's not the move here, especially with rook e5 coming. Decides on rook e5 first. I think king e8, you're still in big trouble, right? The rook on d8 can just be taken. So rook e5 actually keeps the king central. I think this is going downhill fast for Arjun.
Yeah, bishop h3, and I mean bishop c5,
Yep.
bishop c5, it's just over. I don't see a move
Yep.
there.
Rook e6 may
Yeah,
also
rook
win.
e6.
Yeah, may win the queen as well here. Rook d7 after that, or sorry, queen d7 after that. Amazingly, maybe there's no immediate knockout, but this is, hard to believe.
For sure. He's just trying to pick his shot here. He's got 4 minutes, and we very well might be looking at our first decisive game
Yep.
very quickly. I want to kind of figure out how we got here, but I'm afraid to touch the board because I'm going to go back and the game's going to be over. So
Yeah, exactly. It could really wrap up any minute here. It should be pointed out that in the losers bracket, when it comes to a path to qualification, MVL is at that point in the standings right now where 2 match wins will make it happen for him. So I mean, obviously we're a long way from a match win here, but certainly to start out game 1 with a win would push him ever closer to that match victory, and he only needs 2 in order to qualify.
I'll tell you, he's not going to get a better start than this one. Absolute evisceration, guaranteed to win everything. Now the bishop hanging, queen d7, rook e7 wins.
Yep.
And as this game is coming to an end, I just saw the bar skyrocket in the Carlsen Abdusattorov game, but we will stay here. We might get a resignation and a move. I mean, everything in black's position is falling here.
Yep. And not even taking the queen. Of course, white's queen was attacked, so this is understandable, but that king has nowhere good to go. And I guess king d8 you have to try here.
Nice. Take the bishop. I mean, queen b8, king e7. It's not completely over, but it's completely over probably.
Yeah, I wonder what the move would be.
Rook d7 and just.
I'm also looking at pawn takes c5, rook takes g7. Just one of those moves where you just kind of keep the pieces on the board, and rook d7 will do it. He's already figured this out. Queen e5 at the end, and beautiful.
Now you take everything. Every guy he's going to play this out because it's not completely hopeless. I mean, crazier things have happened. Also, we got to remember there's no bonus time, right? So
yeah, that's a good point. I love this esports format. I mean, I'm sure the players don't, and I'm sure if I was a player, I would not. But as a commentator and a fan, I definitely enjoy watching no increment chess. And yeah, this game 1 looks really promising for MVL, but yeah, I think maybe we're in the sort of conversion technical phase of the game now, Levy. You were mentioning an advantage in Magnus's position.
Yeah, let's take a look at what's going on. Complete chaos in this Carlsen Abdusattorov game that you see in the top left of your screen. We'll jump in there. I mean, last time we were here, pawns were all over the left side of the board. They're all gone. Carlsen has coordinated his pieces beautifully. Nodirbek's rook and king are taking a nap in the bunker, and the bishop was on d1 for some reason. So, and f3 just wins the night.
Yeah, credit to us, Levy, because I think we called a lot of those moves. Your d5, e5 is there. We have the a4, a5 liquidating all the pawns, and well, I mean, this is his attempt here. Very clever, right? You got to give it to knight g3 with knight e2 as the follow up to bishop takes queen, but knight f1 not to be missed by Magnus, and queen to g5. I guess f4. F4, queen h4. What happens there? Yeah, h4 first.
Why was it not h4? Why was it not h4?
Yeah, surprising to me for sure. Geez, yeah, I really don't know.
We don't even have a moment to. Again, this is one of these games. Like, there's no bonus time. I think the knight is just going to fall, but It's a little stressful to convert this when you don't have the 1 second bonus.
And Magnus has already come to terms with, maybe I don't win this knight, but just everything looks completely winning. King to f2 to stop knight f1 looks important, and definitely an easy one for him to find. This is not simple.
No, not simple at all. Mate will do
Mate
it
is
though.
simple, that helps.
G6, E6, and I mean, look, it's hard to play against the best player in the world with no rook. Like Nodirbek
That's right.
castled, and the rook never moved again.
And the rook on f8 is actually helping white here, is creating the mate threats. So even better.
Yeah, this one's heading for the
Mhm.
Hikaru Nepo game was better for white, better for black, better for white, better for black, and has ended in a draw. But that
Classic.
matchup is the least meaningful for the standings, I believe. Both those guys already have a ticket for Riyadh. So
They do. They do. Actually, I was looking at the Caruana Fedoseev game. We're in the thick of it here with Magnus, so I wonder if this is going to wrap up. E6 was a phenomenal move, as you pointed out. Like, this just undermines the G pawn. Looks impossible to handle, but there's some really hilarious imbalances on some of the other games, like Caruana and Fedoseev have 3 pawns for a bishop.
yeah, we have bird's eye view there. Oh my goodness, bottom right hand side, you see Caruana marching forward towards Fedoseev with a million pawns.
Yeah, and Magnus is kind of just in clinic mode, so that, to me, the Caruana game looks pretty wild and exciting. The eval bar has gone up and gone down basically every single move.
I'm gonna pop over there. I'm gonna throw up the Caruana Fedoseev. What is going on? Oh my goodness! And this actually, the clock really matters in this game. Caruana 30
Really
seconds.
does.
He's already made it, but Fedoseev, and he's
king can take on f6 and rook g1 check. What a massive blunder!
G8 knight. He resigns.
He resigns right after. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if you go back even like a couple moves, it was completely winning for Fabi. So that game completely shifted. And I mean, we should jump to the live games in action, Levy. Maybe back to the, what's this one? What's happening here? This looks
I'm
like
on Ding. I'm on Ding
Yikes.
Artemyev. They've got
This
40
has to be
seconds.
a win.
Yeah, it's winning for black. Also, Ding toughen scrambles. That bishop is going to hide, by the way, on the h1 square. What? Or
yeah, the thing is, I suspect he's trying to get a position where he doesn't have to hide the bishop on that square. Like, for example, now bishop f1. Okay, takes king e2. I think you're a little bit ahead, maybe, with king c3 there. What's he gonna do here? Surprising.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Ding is going to lose on time.
This is clever, though. I really like this move. If the bishop stays on the h3 pawn diagonal, bishop c4 wins. If the bishop stays on the a2 pawn diagonal, then bishop takes g2 wins. So that move actually is a knockout.
4 pawns to the good on the dark squares with a light squared bishop is the way you win these endgames versus 4 on the light squares. And that was the final game of the round. Magnus did win against Nodirbek. Hikaru Nepo was a draw. I don't know if we should go straight to a little break, or we just start the second games right away, or we have a little bit of time
we have a bracket graphic here, so let's take a look at, obviously we just saw the results, but just to have them all compiled in one place. Of course, we had Magnus beating Abdusadorov. He did convert that victory. And as you pointed out, Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi with the draw. So in the winners, Magnus with the early lead. And then, of course, in the losers bracket, we had Fedoseev taking the win over Fabiano. That crazy endgame we tuned into at the end. Artemyev beating Ding in that bishop endgame that we saw. A draw between Wei Yi and Aronian. And MVL beating Arjun in maybe the most decisive game, Levy, would you say, in terms of the entire round?
Yes, although the Carlsen game also quite decisive, I feel like, and definitely not the start Nodirbek was hoping for. However, it's important to note that in the winners and losers format, and considering Nodirbek has quite literally 0 points in the standings overall for qualification to Riyadh, him losing to Magnus is not the worst thing in the world. He goes down to the losers bracket, and he can still win the entire thing, as we were discussing before we went live. Yeah,
That's
this
right.
Hikaru Nepo game was crazy. Half the games this round could have had a winner, but they were draws. And then the other ones were very convincing wins. MVL with a really good start, Carlsen with a very good start. The other players are playing it for content, it feels like. I mean, they really, really had exciting games. I don't know if they're going to be satisfied with their play, though.
That's right. That's right. You're definitely seeing different styles. It's interesting because MVL, I feel like he's a player that's really on the cusp of qualification, but his game was like the wildest. He was sacking a piece and going all out. So interesting to see that in that position, a lot of players would play maybe more safe, but guns blazing, MVL, he's here to qualify. And that was only game one of these 4-game matches here, Levy. So we're going to need to see if the players can strike back, because obviously going down 2-0 to start off puts you in such a bad position. Even a draw would lose you the match at that point.
For sure. I mean, this is not the way that these players wanted to start, let's put it, for Nodirbek. He's obviously the one to watch on the winner side of things, but it's tough to, yeah, obviously Fabiano not particularly thrilled with the start as well, but he's, I think, in 4th or 5th in the overall standings, so I don't think he's too stressed.
Yeah, we can take a look and remind everyone once again, but one thing to note about Nodirbek is he's actually, based on his placement right now, even if he were to gain no more points, he actually has 40 points. So he will join up there tied for 9th. So Nodirbek is actually in already, and it's the final 2 spots that we're really seeing whether the players down there in the losers bracket can qualify. So everyone in the winners bracket is already qualified.
Ah, well, there you go. There you go. So even if Nodirbek loses all the games today,
Exactly, and that's a good place to be.
Yeah, this qualification, you have to have one really, really strong event, and then
Yep.
you have to just not show up for the other games, and you will make it. Yeah, for sure. The losers bracket is actually the ones providing the content today and the entertainment, but also the betting lines. If anybody's taking placements on who's going to be part of the final 12. Amon, are you
Yeah,
going to play
exactly.
the qualifier in Riyadh? Last chance qualifier?
Last chance qualifier in Riyadh. I don't think it would be worth my trip. I'd probably just book the trip over and book the flight back home right after. So not sure that'd be worth it for me, Levy. How about yourself?
Yeah, I don't think so. Although there is one in Dallas, right? That's in 2 days, I think. There's a like a
Right.
satellite qualifier. I wonder who's going
That's
to be
right.
playing in that one. Probably we're going to see a lot of the St. Louis-based grandmasters like Bach, Opidin, etc. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited for that. And basically, that would be just I think you can win a placement or a trip to the last chance qualifier in Saudi Arabia. So lots of different ways to qualify, but obviously the one in front of us, the Chess.com Classic, is not only the most important, but the current one that these players are all vying for. In terms of the games that are on our screen right now, I'm looking up at that, Magnus and Hikaru top part of the screen, and immediately I'm drawn to that Nepo and Nakamura game with this last move C5. It looks kind of unorthodox.
The first 2 games these guys have provided us have been completely ridiculous. Do not try this at home. I'm just going to go through a replay of the opening. It started with, in English, Hikaru playing E5.
Right.
All normal principled stuff. And then, then it got real weird. The Black Knight trading off and allowing the bishop to stand on the diagonal, locking in the dark squared bishop in the corner, and now Jan taking, Hikaru taking
If
the
you go
entire
back a
center.
few moves, I was really perplexed by bishop b4, and then white castled, and then the bishop basically left. So it's like bishop b4, and then we defend the bishop with a5, and then white castled, and then you just move the bishop away. And I was like, oh, that's a little unusual, but hey, these guys definitely know much more than I do. So I always default to, okay, they know something, and bishop c5 plus a5, and you've enticed the queen to b3 must be part of his idea.
And I guess there's no kind of d4 because the queen is stuck on the
Right.
d1 square. This is,
Yep.
I preface this by saying, definitely do not try this at home. These guys kind of make up their own rules. This is a crazy placement for a bishop, but this is a crazy allowance that white has given away to black to have the full center.
That's right.
I don't envy the people that have to play these positions with either color.
Yeah, this knight on the side of the board on a4, the computer is starting to favor black. I mean, the computer will usually default in these unorthodox positions to like the more obvious advantages like the center and space. So white's gaining some space here, but the knight on a4 plus black having the entire center, maybe just rook to e8 or even pawn to e4 comes to mind, but I think rook e8 seems pretty solid, like non-committal. Bishop h3 is a tempo waiting to happen, sort of whenever you want it. So yeah, Hikaru seems to have done a pretty good job with the position, but these guys play wild positions. So I don't look at the eval bar in their game and ever assume that, oh yeah, it's just going to be like a smooth sailing for one of these players till the finish.
The funny thing is that after rook e8, I'm trying to decide. I wouldn't worry about queen takes a5 if I was playing black, but I do kind of wonder.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
Okay, bishop h3, the rook has to move, and now the pawns are still hanging. So I don't know.
Yasser would take it. That's all I know. So I think queen a5 is probably a lot more dangerous than I'm giving it credit for.
Just if I may, we already have a massive turn of events on the Eric Geisy MVL board. I mean, those guys are going crazy today. Arjun is much, much better if we can go to the bird's eye and then pop in. Arjun is just blowing Maxime off the board, Aman.
And it felt like almost the opposite happened last game. These guys are just going toe-to-toe. Their styles make for such exciting chess. We have the bishop on g5, hit by the knight on h7. Normally, the dark squared bishop is a serious asset in these positions, but white's happy to part with a bishop, has the full center, and has expanded into black's side of the board. So you can see with just basic moves like rook e1, maybe d6, bishop e7, bishop f6. Wow, what an attack.
He's just trying to get rid of the dark squared bishop, and he has these two absolute monsters. Black has nothing. He can't even get this knight back into the game. One option here for black is to take the bishop, get completely wedged into the corner, and white just plays queen h6, and I don't know, probably wins the game. I don't see how, but it's probably there.
Yeah, I think knight g3 to e4, and then e4 to g5 is probably just force mate. With the queen on h6, of course. So we can start to see the path that Arjun can take. And honestly, Levy, it's making too much sense here. So I don't think you can touch that bishop on f6, as tempting as it is. You have to sit there and hope that the bishop captures you on g7, and then you could take back.
But it's important to say that even if that doesn't happen, yeah, he's going to take maybe even rook e1, and it's just black probably has to play something along the lines of a queen b4 or go all the way back and try to take the pawn on h4, which doesn't look awful, I must say.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's probably just lost.
Yeah, I feel like these are the kind of positions where you know that and queen f2 is a nice highlight because it does indirectly defend h4 with knight f5 discovery. But these are the kind of positions where everyone who's playing this game knows that white is better. But when you start to have to convert these positions, it can be frustrating. I think that this is a position that Arjun is not going to have trouble with. He's got lots of time, and he's played this really, really sweet queen f2 move. So love the outlook for him.
I do have to say though, this is certainly not easy. These guys have played against each other many, many times, but throw in a Title Tuesday, 30 seconds on the clock against a very good defensive player with black. I've seen Hikaru win positions much worse than this with the black pieces, and it just doesn't make any sense. Like, what is white's next move? With 6 minutes, you find it, but with 30 seconds on the clock, it's not so simple. You take on c5, then h4 is hanging. So
agreed. The h4 pawn, like if you defend it by moving the knight from g3 to e4, suddenly your e pawn is loose. So it's just, you start to feel like, man, I wish there was a nice clean move to keep absolutely everything defended, and it's just not quite there. So when we see a kind of imbalanced trade here, pawn for pawn.
Arjun obviously not worried about the pawn on h4. He does it this way. There was a world in which, by the way, he could have played like knight h1 and g3 and just made 2 improving moves and kept it going. I have no idea if that was correct or not. We'll see if Arjun can convert this. In the meantime, maybe the only other massive favorite is Fedoseev over Fabiano, who has obtained also a very dominant position. I think he has an extra pawn, and Fabiano is probably well on his way to lose a second pawn, and he has a weak king, so it's going to be 2-0.
Yeah, I was going to say the most important thing about that game is what it means for the match. And already having dropped the first game there, a 2-0 would be really, really tough to come back from. And it's not looking good here. The development is just crushing. I'm starting to look at rook takes g5 here, Levy, and rook f6. And then bishop e3 checkmate. Like mating net as an idea.
That is so nasty. Oh my goodness, rook g5 and rook f6, not a check.
Yeah.
That is an idea everybody watching should appreciate. His second move to, and for the record, Fedoseev may not see it because he doesn't play with the eval bar. He doesn't know it's M8 or whatever it says. And that is not a move you look at here. You kind of look at rook f6, rook g5, rook f5. Amazing idea from Aman.
I mean, it's so helpful. We tune in and obviously white's got an advantage, but I see the eval bar jump. Obviously, I don't know what the move is, but if it's jumping that high, you immediately default to winning ideas. So it really makes a difference. And rook g5, I would be surprised if it's played. And otherwise, I don't know. h4 could also be a move. Like there's just so many good moves that he doesn't need to find rook takes g5 to be completely winning.
I wonder if he's going to find it though. 4 minutes on the clock. Surely he's looking at h4. He's looking at a way to just be up 2 pawns.
Yep.
And
I'm curious if he plays it. Okay, so he doesn't play it, and he's just gonna go on to have an extremely good position, I guess. Let's say.
Maybe not.
Just so. I mean, there was probably better there. Let's put it that way. Yeah, probably it still wanted rook takes g5 there. But okay, it looks like it's back to a fight here between Fabi and Fedoseev. This is nowhere near as winning as it could have been with that amazing brilliancy rook takes g5. Levy, should we take a look at Magnus? Whoa, what the?
Oh, he hung rook g5 him on.
Was that a slip for rook d5? It was a slip.
Oh my goodness.
That was a slip. Right? That's the only explanation?
You're absolutely, yeah, rook d5.
Must be. And the immediate resign after tells me that could have been the case. Unless, and this is possible by the way, unless he intended rook takes d4, pawn takes bishop e3, and he just completely hallucinated that it could be taken on g5 with check. Like the rook on b5 swinging across the board. That's possible as well.
No, but I think I agree with you. I guess my only question there would have been, was he just ready to give up the pawn on b7 and look for some sort of counterplay? But unreal. Wow.
Yep. Tough to explain. One of those two things just happened. And maybe let's jump in on Magnus and Abdusatorov and see what's going on in that game. But geez, I'm glad we were there to catch that moment.
This game, very, very different from the first one. The first game was a semi-Tarrasch, completely kind of clarified pawn structure within the first 10, 15 moves. And this is very different. Complete imbalance. This one, Aman, it's going to be a crazy 6 minutes to the end of this game because they both have 3:30 on the clock. I mean, the lack of the bonus time here is so tough.
It is, yeah. And I'm looking at this position, and it just looks like it's kind of ready to explode. Not yet, but look at the previous move, for example, by white. It was bishop from d2 to c1 voluntarily. So kind of undeveloping the bishop, defending the b2 pawn, and disconnecting the white rooks. It's kind of an unusual move, but that's how you have to play often when you have the bishop pair.
As we explained, Nodirbek playing bishop c1, he moves the bishop back to e3. Oh, maybe they're just going to repeat moves.
Yeah, right when it's like, it's on the precipice, it could be getting really exciting. Bishop e3, bishop c1. It's amazing how they're able to do this. A real super GM skill.
And as I hyped up the final 6 minutes of the game, they just repeat the position. Nodirbek decides not to risk it, which is, this is a weird one because now he's going to go all out with the black pieces, right? And that's basically what he's saying. So,
yeah,
okay.
Arjun MVL seems like it's in the conclusion phase. I think that's the next place to go before we go elsewhere. The rest of the games look pretty even, but I mean, this Levy, I think, is probably going to even that match up, right? It's MVL and Arjun just going for each other's throats in terms of their moves here.
Here, Eric, I see with the extra queen, 2 minutes on the clock, but he has a very easy target, which is the f7 pawn and the black king, not to mention moves like knight c5 and knight d7, which would get to the
right.
knight with the pin. So looking good. I think we maybe go to Hikaru Nepo. That one is still undecided. It's an endgame. It's going to be a very, very close finish. Jan is trying to defend it. He is a pawn down and 40 seconds down, which is kind of miserable. If I do say so myself. I might not lose the endgame, but he will lose on time.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be in these positions. And of course, who else? It's Hikaru Nakamura, online specialist, especially when it comes to just maximizing time and using it as a weapon. So he'll certainly view this as not only winning chances on the board, which he definitely has, by the way, but also additional winning chances with the clock. Putting those two things together, I think he has real good chances to claim the full point.
Rook d1 is being indicated as the move. I'm not sure. Not sure. Yeah, he plays it though. Wow. Running the king to g8 is a technique that I would have not done. But
yeah, I was thinking king d6, but he didn't want to allow the white king maybe to encroach on the g pawn, and now they're kind of just shuffling. Because the other thing is when you have this type of clock advantage as well as a pawn, you start to realize, well, I don't want to commit right now. I'd rather shuffle pieces and commit later to just reduce the total time.
And that's definitely what it is. Also, is that as the clock gets lower and lower, Jan will have a lot less time to react to things. And yesterday there was this ridiculous game that he had against Fedoseev where I actually thought his tweet was calling Fedoseev a clown. I didn't know if Jan was calling himself a clown, Fedoseev a clown, both of them clowns, everybody a clown. Now it's a draw, Aman, which I don't. How is this a draw?
Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked by that. I guess it's just that the rook can get behind that c pawn, and can you really ever queen it properly with white always threatening to go king g5, king g6? So we'll see. I mean, black will be able to advance this pawn all the way up the board. Once it's there, though, how do you extract the king without giving up the entry to the g pawn?
I think you've just summarized it perfectly. The black king is going to get to c1. Oh, and it's losing again. Okay. That was beyond me. I thought exactly as you said that this is not possible now for the black king to get out, but.
So let's see. Yeah. I mean, black wants to go rook g2 and like rook d2 and king over. Obviously the king can go to h3, so it's not that comfortable, but I mean, that's it. We're just kind of seeing.
Yeah. That was just a win. I don't know where the draw was.
Yeah.
But there might have been one. We have one game remaining, 40 seconds on the clock for Artemiev.
Let's jump right to it.
For Ding, we will check in on this game.
Interesting. Yeah, the bishops are just so dangerous, but I mean, nothing is more important than just a clean extra pawn, and maybe two. Definitely trying to make it two here. Bishop to e6, I suppose, taking a2.
For sure. And does Ding strike you as a guy who's going to dirty flag his opponent?
He does not. I think I'd love to see a mentality shift, because guess what? That's what this event is all about. And look, if you have more than a minute advantage, I would start to really consider it. Because look, go play defense, right? Try to defend as best you can, but at least he'll have that in his back pocket to fight for a draw.
Yeah, 27 seconds for Artemiev. He is still playing for a win, but he's also playing not to lose on time. And yeah, Ding has to keep pieces
B7
on the board.
is about to win.
Okay, this I think is unlosable now for White with the clock.
Yeah, just because I agree totally. The knight will go over and take the G pawn at minimum. But yeah, this is very likely going to be, I guess you could definitely still lose this, but no, I think f5 and you win a pawn, but ultimately you make a draw.
And that will be the last game of the round. We're going to pull up the bracket as Artemiev will play out. This is a very typical ceremony, a ritual among top players. You don't agree to a draw, you force the draw on the board. Yeah. And Artemiev, the last game of the round, 1.5 to half. We should definitely check in on what else has happened, because Carlsen Abdusattorov had a draw that ended a bit prematurely. Nakamura got a win against Nepo. Very, very convincing, even though the engine for a moment said that it was a draw in the endgame. I mean, it's really from a practical standpoint. Never that. And the only 2-0 is Feraseyev Caruana. Really unfortunate start for Fabi. He had a winning position in the scramble. Then he lost. Then I guess he mouse slipped in the second game. But the good news, Aman, is he is likely still going to Saudi Arabia no matter what.
That's right. We're looking at the results here. Magnus 1.5 to half. Hikaru 1.5 to half. So both leading, but a best of 4 obviously means there are more games to be played. But in the losers bracket, we have another matchup there that was confirmed, because look, I mean, Fabi dropping out. He's out of this event, knocked out, but he's still on the path to the Esports World Cup, right? We'll see him there because of his qualification earlier, Levy.
For sure. And to me, the most curious thing is when the winner of the losers bracket can come back to play in the ultimate grand final. Feraseyev is so good, and he gets the win over Fabiano. All eyes on him, as far as I'm concerned, to see if he's going to be in the top 4, top 5 as we head over there. But yeah, that's where all the excitement is for today, Aman. Well, we'll see if Nodirbek can also make a comeback against Magnus on the winner's side of things.
That's right. That's right. We're just at the halfway point, which means we are going to take a break. But before we do, I want to tell everyone here about Neuro. As seen on Shark Tank, Neuro's Calm and Clarity, or Sleep and Recharge mints, are the perfect supplement to a long day of grinding chess. Keep a cool head and live in the moment with Calm and Clarity mints, a science-backed blend of GABA, L-theanine, and vitamin D3 to help balance your mood or declutter your mind. Or try the Sleep and Recharge melt away mints, developed by sleep experts to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Ready to find your inner peace? Visit go.chess.com/neuro or use !neuro in chat right now and save 15% with code CHESS15. And of course, with that, Levy and myself will be back with more Chess.com classic action right after this short break.
name is Fabiano Caruana, and this is Google Autocomplete. What is Fabiano Caruana's favorite chess opening? Oh, I'll have to say the Archangel variation of the Ruy Lopez, which I made a video course on, and it's always been a favorite since I was a child. What does Fabiano Caruana do with C-squared? That's the podcast that I co-host along with Grandmaster Christian Kirilla. We've been doing it for about 2.5 years, and it's been fun. You know, it's the first time that I went into not just playing chess, but also talking about chess. So that was pretty cool. What is Fabiano Caruana's IQ? I have no idea what my IQ is. I don't know. I've never taken a test, as far as I know. I have no idea.
What would be your guess?
I don't even want to guess or know. Either whatever it is, I have no interest in knowing it. Has Fabiano Caruana ever won a world championship? I have not won a world championship. I've played a world championship, but I didn't win it against Magnus in 2018. That was the one time that I played the world championship. What was Fabiano Caruana's career highlight? I think this is similar to the last question. My career highlight was winning the candidates in 2018, and that qualified me for the World Championship. So that was probably the most, the happiest I was after playing a tournament, and the most difficult tournament, and probably the proudest success that I have. How tall is Fabiano Caruana? I think 169 centimeters. I guess that's either 5'6" or 5'7". 169 centimeters. Did Fabiano Caruana go to college? I didn't go to college. I never went to college. I never went to high school. I went to school until I was 12 and then I stopped. I was done with it after that. Is Fabiano Caruana Italian? I have a lot of Italian heritage. I am an Italian citizen. My mother's Italian. I never grew up in Italy. I never lived in Italy, but I have a lot of family there. So I spent a lot of time as a kid visiting them, spending time with my family, and also from my father's side as well. He has a lot of Italian ancestry, and all my grandparents were born in Italy. So from a heritage point of view, I'm very Italian, and also I'm an Italian citizen, but I haven't ever lived there. And although I did represent Italy for many years now, I represent the United States playing chess.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Welcome back to the 2025 Chess.com Classic as part of the Champions Chess Tour. Levy, we just saw a bunch of games take place, and there were some really exciting ones. We even saw what we thought was a mouse slip, and that was a very critical result. It actually meant that the match was all of a sudden over for Fabiano. So let's take a look at the bracket. And Levy, taking a look at those results, I'm definitely excited for the matchups we're about to get into, because down there in the losers bracket, we have to focus on not the matches that are already concluded, but the matches that are tied 1-1.
Absolutely. Wei Yi and Aronian, as well as MVL and Arjun, all tied up, but they got there in very, very different ways. MVL and Arjun trading heavy haymakers early. I believe Wei Yi and Aronian drew their first 2 games, but they were still quite chaotic. And yet in the third round, you have Fedo and Artemiev. Artemiev, between the two of them, likely needs it a bit more, if I'm not mistaken. But, okay, live standings are a little bit hard to predict them on.
Exactly. I mean, everyone needs the points, so obviously that's a lot to be decided there, but we need to still figure out who is going to be the other matchup. And for that reason, I want to remind everyone about the format that we use for Armageddon. This is how we break the ties in this Chess.com Classic. So the players actually enter bids. We already have those. I'll tell you in a sec. They bid for how much time they would be willing to take to play with the black pieces. Why are they bidding? Because if you play with the black pieces and the game is a draw, you win. So it's a huge advantage to play black. And for that reason, you want to bid whatever time you think will be lower than your opponent. Whoever bids lower gets the black pieces, and then whoever does not get the black pieces gets the full 10 minutes, and they play with white, but they have to win. And of course, Levy, just to make it ultimate chaos, there's no increment, to stick with the theme of the tournament here.
And I think we have at least one of the Armageddons going. I believe Levon and Erigaisi are playing with the black pieces. They won the bids. They bid something like 740-ish, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, 747 for Levon and 738 for Erigaisi. You tell me, Aman, where are we going?
Well, important to note that Wei Yi also bid nearly 10 minutes. So he was comfortable playing with white, but MVL bid 4 seconds higher than Arjun. So they both clearly wanted to play with black. Arjun, with a very clever bid, 4 seconds lower means he gets the black pieces. So I would say in terms of the bids, Arjun definitely the upper hand in terms of that matchup. And of course, as you can see the games that are ongoing here, because we have a best of 4 in the winners bracket, Levy, we also have those matchups going at the same time.
How do you choose, man? All the games are going at once. Carlsen,
at least there's less than there was last round, before the break. At least it's slightly easier rather than picking between 6, but it's still so difficult. I'm immediately looking at Aronian and Wei Yi. We haven't dropped in on their games so far in the event, and this is also an opening that, looks kind of interesting here. Kind of a French setup that you don't always see too often.
No, you don't, especially at the top level. Definitely more in rapid, although it was played in the World Championship. It was a typical, some sort of sideline variation, but just to remind everybody, we're not going to pull up the standings or anything like that at the moment. Wei Yi in the live standings was roughly at that 9-10 spot, and him getting knocked out here would be really difficult because actually Levon is in 13th. So Levon would be making progress at the expense of knocking out Wei Yi, and probably, all things considered, Wei Yi will still maintain a position of like 10th, 11th. Yeah, so there's a lot to play for.
There is a lot to play for. My understanding is that Wei Yi is safe with his 40 points, but probably the easiest way to think of it, especially for people watching, is that Levon and MVL, their path to qualification involves match wins. So they're actually both involved in an Armageddon right now, which means, simply put, Levy, they both have to win. It's, let's reduce it to that. They both have to win to move on, or that's it. Their chances of being in the Esports World Cup this year are over.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I guess if Yu Yang Yi or Yesipenko were still in the losers or the winners bracket, potentially getting more points, they're battling with Wei Yi a bit, but neither one of them is here. So if MVL loses this Armageddon, or if Levon loses the Armageddon, they are knocked out and they are not going to Saudi Arabia. I guess unless they play the last chance qualifier, right?
Yeah, exactly. It could be a very busy time in that tournament over there. But I mean, let's think about the position here for a second. Levon, obviously, with that pressure, the good thing about his position is the time is evening up, right? Wei Yi, I mean, the time is almost even, and black has draw odds. So just looking at this from an outside standpoint, I would say that position aside, this is going really well for Levon so far.
We have to remember the most likely scenario between two people playing at this level is a draw.
Yep.
But then when you start introducing things like online, things like internet connection, things like 10-minute chess with no bonus time,
Yep.
it definitely increases the likelihood that a game is decisive. But yet, if one person controls two of the three possible results of a chess game and the time is not even a factor anymore,
Yep.
it is a massive, massive, massive advantage. So we're in the real critical moments of this game. In every Armageddon I'm on, I feel like there's a moment black catches up on time, and you have this like 3 to 5 move span of, does white control the pace? Does white put any more pressure? Or does white totally collapse psychologically? And then does black get impatient and lose the thread immediately? So we're going to see how good Levon's nerves are in a moment.
Yeah, we will. I have to admit, looking at the position here, for sure it's very balanced, but I do appreciate Wei Yi's control over the dark squares in this position. There's the bishop on e3 and bishop on e7. So watch out for those bishops. If they're able to be exchanged, I do like Wei Yi's position in general. So yes, bishop f2 to h4. I actually really like this idea. So that's on my mind, Levy. I think if the bishops exchange, I really like white's chances, but yeah, maybe bishop f2 right now. Seriously, don't mind that. Don't mind that attempt.
By the way, that's exactly what I was saying. It's that critical moment where Levon probably feels he's made it back into the game.
Yep.
Bishop f5 inaccurate for some reason. Could be h3. Could be some king h1, rook g1. You really don't know. There might be a moment you can take on f5, and like Aman said, yeah, exactly. This is that idea. You get rid of black's bishop pair. You get rid of black's better bishop of the two, and black is left with a pretty miserable pawn structure. So tough position now, and Wei Yi has to be clutch here.
That's right. There's advantage for white here. The time still that 1 minute edge, so evening back up. Maybe let's jump to the bird's eye view. We have obviously the other Armageddon that we want to make sure we take a look at here before we jump to some of those winners bracket games. So Arjun MVL, Levy, is it as wild as we remember from these two?
Well, I just showed up and one of the guys doesn't have a queen, so that's
okay. That's a yes. That's a yes.
It says it's roughly in the balance. Look, I'm gonna just very quickly go back because I need to know. I mean, it was a Spanish, and where did the white queen, trapped or sacrificed, or what happened? It was sacrificed.
Wow.
And it was a brilliancy, and he got a loot for it. I mean, he got an extra pawn. He's getting more tactics from NVL Aman, and he's going to win the knight in the center.
Oh my goodness, the double brilliancy so far. And the material is actually going to be, after this knight on d5 is captured by MVL, it's going to be 2 pawns and a knight and a rook for a queen. So that's as you said, pretty good loot. Not to mention, I mean, just total control over the center and the open files here. So what a game. And remember, it's a must-win game for MVL. This is exactly the type of position that you would want in this Armageddon format.
Both of the Armageddons are actually very interesting positions to play when you're in a must-win. Wei Yi is slowly building up a kingside attack. We saw rather the position that he had, although over the last few moves, Aronian has gotten a really nice blockade. But this one, as you said, Aman, you sacrifice a queen, you have 2 extra pawns, unbelievable levels of imbalance, and you have maintained, and not only maintained, I think you actually almost extended your time advantage. So it's tough task here for Arjun, who missed a chance there maybe with bishop to d6 to equalize. But how do you actually win this with white is really the question.
Well, the first thing is I would be enjoying my 2-minute plus time edge. So white has the type of position where everything is defended. It doesn't feel like a lot of things are being risked in this position. So even just continuing the game, even if the advantage doesn't build, the time will reduce. So even a move like h3, like I fully get that move. MVL is not looking for a knockout blow, even though the engine is probably saying it's there somewhere, just find it. I totally understand. Just play the normal looking moves and keep that clock hopefully ticking for Arjun.
really tough spot also for black. I mean, you had ideas like rook takes f3, damaging the pawns, opening up the king, but then you get mated. So that's
Right.
that's not going to cut it. The rook on d7 is so nasty because the black king just can't get off the back rank ever.
Hmm.
I don't know how you're maybe some queen b5, queen c6. That's the idea for black now. And we could see a turnaround. You know, a queen is a queen. You have to really coordinate your pieces very well to fight off against the queen.
Yep. And it's tough to do, which is why imbalances are often where you just see the craziest things happen, because the players are not as used to playing imbalances as they are their normal balanced positions. So, well, definitely here I would say advantage to MVL, not in terms of the eval bar, but just because the position has everything defended, and I think he can be pretty happy with this chance.
Oh, and now we are getting into the nastiest type of
Yep.
situation. It's a complete and total fortress for white. Everything is protecting everything else. Arjun down 2 minutes. Are we looking at a dirty flag? This is a dirty flag to win tens of thousands of dollars and make it to Saudi Arabia. Like, MVL has to win this game. We're about to witness some heinous stuff here in the Chess.com Classic.
And, you know, to a certain degree, it's also a position where black needs to be careful. You can definitely lose this position. So it's not one of those fortresses where you're truly shuffling without any ideas. This also has some winning ideas. So that's the crazy part about this.
I'm trying to understand why it's going up in evaluation. Maybe a b4 at a certain moment, making black have some weaknesses. You run your king over there and you kind of advance the whole armada of the left side of the board forward, but I don't get it. I actually don't understand.
To paint a picture here, if white plays b4, black takes it, and the rook recaptures, then you can imagine white getting a knight to c4 would win the b pawn by force. But yes, we would be losing the f pawn. But what white might do is move the g pawn up the board and say, look, I've got my rook on b4, covering my 2 pawns over there, and then there's nothing you can do. So then I just like fully advance. And so here we go. I think he's sort of going to work up to this with the added benefit of, hey, I can flag you as well. So I really like the chances.
And if he gets g5, he restricts the 2 black pawns. That's a big question of can Arjun go king h5? And the answer is maybe. Well,
Levy, I'm looking at this position. I'm thinking, okay, we're in conversion phase. Let's take a look at Vachier-Lagrave. There's been a really interesting moment happening there where black has actually won material, but he may have just lost the game because his queen is trapped on h4. So it's no longer a participant, even though time is even. Now nothing matters, Levy. It's all about the game on the board now.
This is wild. Why is this plus 3.5? Where is the win? Queen E2.
Where is the black queen? Let's start there. Where's that piece?
It's the queen's there. I guess but how are you trapping it? Are you trapping? How do you win the queen?
So I don't think you need to win it. Remember, there's 2 black pieces that cannot move for the rest of the game. Queen on h4 and rook on g6. So all you really need to do is trade that. Imagine the rook on g2 and the rook on d7 disappeared. That's game over. Yeah. That's it.
Oh my goodness. Rook d2 takes is one of the nastiest things I've ever seen. Black can't move a queen and a rook.
It's amazing. And yeah, at that point, you just play c4, b4, c5, b5, make a pass pawn, win the game.
That is disgusting.
Yeah, you definitely have to keep the rook on as black because you probably need to posture for a potential. And yeah, queen g3 makes perfect sense. I mean, if you can't win that queen, why would you trade it? Well, because your queen is also having to stay on e3 to trap it. And guess what? Black still has a trapped rook. So another way to get it done here. Pawn to h4, and that's it.
This is genius. This is absolutely genius from Wei Yi. I mean,
amazing.
He just completely froze 2 pieces out of the game. This rook cannot move ever again without being lost. And we are looking at Wei Yi gaining more points in this event, but more importantly, Levon Aronian will be knocked out of qualification to the final 12. Of course, he still can play in that last-minute qualifier, but this is a big, big result incoming.
That's right. Yep, this is, I mean, rook to a6, the final attempt. I would consider rook d6 here. Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely. The reason why you would shy away from it is after you recapture, black can play e5 and you know, attempt to get the rook out, and why even allow that?
Wei Yi is just making sure there's no counterplay. Rook d2, and I think the king can even cross the center line here. King d4, king c5, and whoa. Okay, king e5, I guess.
That's right. And obviously, guys, there are games between Magnus and Hikaru both going on, but truthfully, I mean, this is the last moment for Levon Aronian. Unless he can find a way to draw this game, he'll be knocked out. And remember, those matchups in the winners bracket are a best of 4, so they are a little bit longer. But it's really time running out here for Levon. I'm just not seeing how he can come back.
We got to take a look at MVL Aragaisi, where nothing is clear in this game. It is still a draw according to the computer, but it is anything but easy. The White King completely shielded, and now White is nope. Never mind.
But the thing is, MVL has so many, like, he could make 50 shuffling moves and play c7. Like, it's really a game where, yes, you can win on the board. You also have great chances on the clock, and this is just not possible to defend. No way.
Yeah, King is running. Maybe he can make 810 moves, but I kind of doubt it.
I mean,
With,
that would. I mean, surely someone would go try to reclaim that record if that was done.
Yeah, but I think with 50 seconds on the clock, it's looking unlikely. Aragaisi will go down. MVL clutch. It's not over, but all signs are pointing to this being the end.
And this does not qualify him. We should remind everyone, this doesn't automatically qualify him, but it continues his path. If he would lose, he would be knocked out. But this gets him closer. And look, no more checks. G6 pawn falling plus the time. Yeah, this is running out here.
Honestly, a beautiful game. Both Armageddons have been really beautiful in different ways.
Very exciting. And yeah, this should be a conversion here. Knight to c6 and rook d6. And then finally king d8. And that should do it.
Ooh.
Queen and queen d7, or maybe we'll see a king checkmate here.
That's queen g5, king c7 with the mate. Aragaisi won't be happy, but he is still in, and MVL gets the win. I'm going to pop over to the Wei Yi board. The rook is broken out. I don't know how that happened.
Where's that? Whoa. This is unbelievable. Levon just saved this game. I don't know how that rook got out. We can check after maybe, but right now we're sticking with a position where Levon jailbroke his rook and is now making a draw, and this would keep his chances alive for the Esports World Cup. How the heck did he do that?
I have no idea. This is, and he sacks. Oh my goodness, the bishop is off the board. The rook is out. This is a drawn rook endgame. If anything, Wei Yi's going to lose on time.
Not to mention the board. Yeah, 20 seconds. There's no way that White wins this game all of a sudden. He's going to lose on the board.
Oh, wow. Aman, how did this happen?
I have no idea. It was in jail. Like, you just had to not move the pieces.
Wild. Absolutely. Just, okay. Yeah, it's just the draw. And
he doesn't need to win. I mean, he's got time. And anyway, Wei Yi's going to accept his fate. And that is a draw, which in Armageddon rules means a win for Levon Aronian. So we can report that both Levon and MVL are moving on and keeping their chances alive. Incredible finishes in both Armageddon's, Levy. We could not have predicted that, but there is still one more live game we should jump to.
Yes, and we have Hikaru Nepo. Let's put this on the big screen. 30 seconds for Hikaru. Looks like Jan is going to be getting revenge. And I've just been informed. So if MVL and Aronian lost, they were out. If one of them wins, Yu Yangyi is out. But if both of them won the Armageddon, Yesipenko is out. So
oh my goodness.
they just knocked out Yesipenko and Yu Yangyi.
That's right. Yeah, the implications are crazy because we remember that those players are not here competing. So they've just put up a certain amount of points, and as soon as it gets surpassed, unfortunately, there's nothing else they can do. And that is going to be a win on time, of course, but also the position here. Yeah, this is completely over. Wow, what a result. And evening up that match, 1.5 to 1.5 in the winners semifinal. Levy, what an eventful round here.
Yeah, completely crazy. Hikaru, by the way, resigning. Obviously, 14 seconds on the clock. You best believe Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to win on time, but Queen G3 is not even it's not the cleanest. But you win the pawn on G2, the king is hunted out, and this match all square, completely combative. Really exciting games. Aman, maybe we take a look at the bracket and
let's do it.
We debrief what's going on. Carlsen drew the third game. Listen, you give Carlsen a lead in the match. I think he's going to handle himself very professionally. Nakamura, Nempo, 1.5. They are definitely the people's main event, as they say. Fedoseev and Artemiev qualified in the third round of the losers bracket. And Aronian MVL, the Armageddon brothers, who just knocked out Yesipenko and Yu Yang from the top 12. They have to play against each other. I think we're going to get some breakdown also of what that matchup means, right?
Yeah, I mean, also Aronian and MVL, basically because they're both up against each other, I think they have such a similar qualification path that I think it's as simple as only one of them gets through. That's just the way it is. They matched up against each other in the losers bracket, so that is going to be very exciting. Magnus Carlsen only needs a draw to secure his victory in the winners bracket, which means that we are returning to our live games, Levy. But I know you're complaining about there's so many exciting matchups to go to. Well, now we only got 2, so we're narrowing it down here for you, Levy.
No, for sure. And also Fedoseev, I love like all the different implications. So MVL Aronian move on, but the loser of that match needs Fedoseev to also lose. They're rooting for Artemiev because Artemiev is doing so well. Mad scenes. And we start the losers bracket also today, right? They start in the next round.
Exactly. I think we conclude these best of 4s and wrap up this, and then everything gets going together. So it means that we get a little extra attention, a little extra love for the conclusion of these matchups right here as Nepo and Nakamura. First of all, I'm looking at that game. Immediately we want to jump in there, because how do you explain just these like 2 pawns that are zooming up the board? It almost looks like, elementary for white. What happened here? It looks like this was supposed to be theory, but what is it now?
Hikaru was completely lost in like 30 seconds.
I'm confused.
What was the best move there? C7 and then what?
So C7 bishop to D7 is going to be played, right? And then are you supposed to go bishop A6 and bishop B7? I don't know. Try to pick up a rook. It doesn't feel that guaranteed. You could take on D7, but the king is going to take that. That's not very convincing.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell if this is our computer not being sophisticated enough or what. And maybe this is some really deep preparation. It came out of the Hikaru special, the Mirror Queen's Gambit. Accepted, right? E4.
Now this is, I've definitely seen this before, so this all seemed pretty standard, but it was here where I was like, okay, I feel like I've seen this almost like from a Grunfeld sometimes as well, and then knight d7, bishop b5, but the routine bishop g7 somehow was just like not viewed very nicely by the engine at all, and it just wanted to thrust the pawn up the board. So what are we missing here, Levy? Because could this have ended right away?
Yeah, C7 check. It looks like would have been the move. Dare I turn on our analysis? C7. Yeah, there was C7, bishop D7, knight C4, winning on the spot. Because if the bishop takes the bishop, knight takes with promotion. If the knight takes the knight, you take with the rook, and all the same problems. And it was just losing. It was losing for black.
Yeah, knight c4, and then rook takes back on c4, and black can't castle because the bishop is hanging. That's, easy to miss for everyone involved. us, them, the whole shebang. So here we are. We're in a more standard position, and I guess that's what you get though. You miss that moment if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, and all of a sudden Hikaru gets a phenomenal position. Both bishops working. Yes, down a pawn here, Levy, but amazing compensation.
For sure, for sure. And this is why you play the double Queen's Gambit. I can't believe everybody knows that this opening is getting played when they play against Hikaru, and he's like 2.5 out of 3 in classical chess with this opening. I know this is not classical chess, but it's mind blowing. I guess in rapid chess to survive some. Yeah,
good to have.
Meanwhile, I feel like Nodirbek and Magnus have had kind of a chill day. Oh,
just a couple chill guys. I mean, it can't be a chill result here. That's not going to cut it for Nodirbek. And I do like what he's got going here. I see the bishop pair and also really like the light square control, but d5 pawn looks to be lost.
He will be losing that pawn indeed, although we'll open up White's light squared bishop. Yeah, if I had to choose one, I would definitely choose White here. The bishop pair looks very promising, and I just generally don't understand how Black is going to set up all the pawns. Black had almost every pawn in a dark square and a dark squared bishop, yet the position was around equal, which, again, if this was a Chess Bros subscriber game with Black, you would have been like, you played it poorly from a positional standpoint, but it's Carlsen, so we got to sit here and be like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, genius, really, when you think about it more. Yeah, that's just the Magnus effect. And if you and I are sitting here feeling that way as commentators, just remember that's an advantage he has when he plays any game against anyone. They always second guessing themselves, like, hang on, Magnus is doing this, so I got to give it more credit. And that's what he's earned over his career.
This pawn on e4 is, the more you look at it, the more annoying it is. Black actually will wait, I think, a very long time to take on d5. If White plays c3, they just weaken the light squares, and you might even put the knight on d3 instead, and then take with the pawn, bring a rook to the e file. There's no easy way to capitalize. Like, you want to play a move like f3, but I'd be very worried playing that move.
Yeah, the c2 pawn would be loose if it was just captured. Even e3 exposes the c2 pawn. So yeah, f3 looks desirable, but suddenly c3 is hit. And if we play c3, knight takes d5, as you're pointing out, I think White needs to go for kind of a slower approach of like c3, lose the d pawn, and then try to target the e pawn, like rook e1, queen e2. But I don't know how well that's going to work. That's probably what I would land on.
There is also a universe in which the f knight takes, and then Black tries to get an f5 move and a c6, and just, if Black gets a complete and total light squared blockade, I'm not loving it for White. I mean, the bishops need space, they need targets, and White just feels a little bit stuck. This is one of those games that if you're not in your best form, and Nodirbek, he can be streaky sometimes. I feel like if he doesn't have a couple of good games, he doesn't seem to get it going. He's not playing so inspired. It might be full M train. I mean, we might get Magnus winning in 3, but we will see if Nodirbek can pull it back.
Yeah, this is definitely, I will say, Nodirbek, I think, should be happy with the type of game that he's got in front of him. I think this is where you want to be. I have to admit, I'm looking at the move e3 here. Is e3 ridiculous? Like, if the rook takes, knight takes c2, e7's hanging, knight in the corner on a1. I mean, how wild are we willing to get? I'm assuming that that's not good.
I think you have fe and e4 maybe. You can, but then fe queen c2, but maybe that's not
as dangerous, I think.
Yeah. I think Magnus is, so he takes on d5 with the knight. Maybe he's very careful generally with pawn pushes, and somehow this one pawn just prevents White from getting anything, which is quite frustrating. I want to play like 6 moves in a row. I want to play c3, bishop c2, bishop e3, bishop c2. Okay, we have f3. Totally different now. And Black is better.
Yeah, just up that pawn, and I guess even with b5 being threatened, the knight on d5 can be a little bit awkward because it doesn't really have a place to go. but b5, c6, and you can start to take control of a few light squares there, which will help black's position out. So again, Magnus just sort of flipping this position, the pawn on d6, controlling the knight on f3 very nicely, and I got a great position again.
Yeah, I love c6. C6 just looks like such a nice harmonizing type of move. Of course, white might have some bishop takes knight tactics. And you know it's a bad sign when you play the most natural developing bishop move and the eval just calmly drops to -1, like totally unconcerned.
Exactly. Well, this is where we stand in this position. Maybe we can pull up the bird's eye view here. I think Magnus is comfortable. Remember, he's not an Armageddon game, but it kind of feels like it, right? Because he does have draw odds. So more or less the same effect. And looking at Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi, let's remember they are tied right now. So an Armageddon levy would be pending if they drew this game.
But an Armageddon for content. So that one would be just to make the fans happy. They had a really chaotic opening. I wonder if Hikaru knew he was lost, by the way, because I don't think Nepo knew that Hikaru was lost. I wonder if Hikaru was like, whoops, I might have just blundered there.
Right.
But we will never know. And look, the more I look at this position, I think we are going to an Armageddon.
It certainly looks like it. Yeah, looking to pick up that pawn, but maybe white will play bishop d3, bishop c4. Everyone has relatively happy pieces, but let's see what gets decided.
Wow, I would have never in my life played rook d8, rook d7.
Yeah, that's a fighting move. I mean, it just goes to show Jan is not sitting here ready to just make a draw. I mean, I'm sure he's comfortable with it, but he just keeps throwing in these shots like, oh, okay, no, I'm not fully ready to settle yet.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the idea. What if rook c6? What am I missing? Okay, knight d5, maybe even better.
Yeah, well, I assume knight d4, threatening the rook, threatening e6, and guarding the bishop was going to be played if rook c6. So instead, he's just letting knight d4 happen. Honestly, white's position looks really fragile to me, but somehow it's just holding together.
The knight guards the bishop. The knight's completely hanging now, but there's somehow no easy way to get to it. King e5 looks like it should just win on the spot, but it doesn't because of knight f3 check. That's a kind of a miracle, but okay. Miracle.
But I agree. It does feel weird. Like, why did we put ourselves in this position where king e5 is hanging on by a thread with knight f3 when you could have just maybe made a simpler draw? But can't question it if it works. At the end of the day, he is technically up a pawn, and technically he's maintaining it. So let this play out.
Also, e5, it's important to note, looks like it wins on the spot, but I think there white has rook d6 check, and then you can escape, which is just so nasty. It's just such an unfortunate position. But yeah, maybe okay. Rook c6. Now we are likely heading toward a peaceful resolution. But who knows? Maybe Jan will want a dirty flag Hikaru.
I mean, I'm sure he'd want to. I'm not sure if he'd be able to. That's probably the other part of that question there. But yeah, there's not much here. I will say I do prefer Hikaru's position aesthetically because I can see that the B pawn is more of a weakness and a target than like a strength and a pass pawn. So I would prefer black's position because it feels like there's a world where I win the B pawn, maybe trade some pieces. Ultimately, it's a draw, but that's what I'd be hoping for.
Meanwhile, I think the advantage in the Nodirbek game has only ballooned. Magnus now has a 3+ minute time advantage. And Nodirbek has not gotten an attack going, and he is looking to be down 2 pawns quite soon. The pawn on a6 went from being a long-term asset that put a lot of pressure on black's position to falling in a few moves. Right. And I think today was more of Nodirbek maybe not bringing the ferocity that he is definitely capable of bringing. Magnus speaks glowingly of Nodirbek, but I'm ready to say it's psychological warfare, Amon. He speaks glowingly of these young guys, Ali Reza and Nodirbek, and then it's almost like they underperform when they play against them a little bit.
Yeah, he places the pressure on them. It's like, oh, he's so amazing, and not to undermine it, like it's definitely very genuine coming from Magnus, but who knows? He's definitely clever enough to know what he's doing as well. put extra pressure on them when they play him. You know, if it helps you out, why not?
I think with Magnus is definitely in true Norwegian style. What you see is what you get. And what you're seeing is a lot of really, really good moves, and the white position just not being able to generate sufficient counterplay to justify the pawn. 4-minute time advantage. Yeah, Magnus, smooth sailing. He really does make it look so easy sometimes, and that's not a knock on his opponent on any given day. But I mean, he hasn't lost a game yet in this classic. He was close a few times, but he was not close, and he was not even worse today, I think, at any moment.
Agree. This game just represents Magnus just taking over. He only needs a draw. He's certainly going to achieve it, barring a massive, massive blunder. He's all over the position. Queen e2. There's even knight f4 in the position. Bishop is coming to b6, and yeah, he's actually just going to resign the position. Levy, it's just, he doesn't want any part of that.
I know it's definitely a position you could consider playing on, but no, not. You just kind of throw it out. Nodirbek goes down to the loser's bracket. He is not knocked out, and also, frankly, I think he has already qualified. We have discussed this. Meanwhile,
yep,
Nepo is still making us question things, you know. But I don't think we're heading for a flag situation, Amon. But it would be really great if we were.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone would, of course, Hikaru has to be very careful here with no increment. And I will say, you asked me earlier, do I think that, Ding would go for the flag against his opponent? My answer is a categoric no. Do I think that Nepo will flag Hikaru? Dare I say happily? I think he would.
You think so?
I really do.
And then do you think Hikaru would post a tweet that says certified clown? But maybe he would be talking about himself.
Who knows? What I do know is that these guys are just fierce competitors, and honestly, I think they possess something that puts them at the top. Like, Ding might be missing that killer instinct element that you need in this Esports World Cup. It is a little bit different, right? You kind of have to have that flag mentality when the entire events are going to be no increment chess.
Yeah, it's a philosophical debate, I think, of long-term incumbent chess fans and organizing bodies. Do we like excitement? Do we like sponsors? Do we like chess that we can predict a time slot that could make it a TV product? And that would involve flagging and not endless increment. And by the way, we might not even have to get to that because Jan has built up a very nice king walk and is putting a lot of pressure here.
Agreed. Yeah, king
like
b5 doesn't
knight f5
do it.
and like king b5 type of stuff. Like, I don't.
Kind of cool. Ooh. He decides to go for it. That's just the pressure getting, and this is why Nepo plays these positions on. It's just the pressure getting. Wow.
Wait, what just happened? What just happened? Wait.
Yeah, I was certain he was going to queen the pawn and win the piece, but interesting.
He blundered bishop e1 check, and now the knight, I think, is coming back, and the white king is in a vortex where it's not going to be able to properly help escort the pawn to the queening square.
Right, and it'll just be a repetition maybe on those squares. So I wonder what he didn't like. Maybe he thought he could do this, and then later he could queen the pawn, but it looks like it's just not going to happen because if he doesn't queen that pawn. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
There we
E5.
go.
Obviously, Hikaru was trying to get rid of the pawns here, but I think the winning chances are significant because you would still get credit for a win here, Levy, if it was bishop knight versus bishop. I do believe.
Yes, the game does not end automatically because Chess.com does have this rule. And, we're going to be playing this for a while, Amon. 30-second time advantage for Jan. Hikaru, multiple-time bullet world champ, and probably 3,400. It's about to be a photo finish.
It is. H3. I think he's trying to wait with the bishop because white's king can't move because of the bishop on d5. The bishop can't move because of the knight. And the knight doesn't want to move because it stops king e5. So white's pieces are great, but guess what? They can't really move.
Honestly, this is Excellent technique from Hikaru, and now it should just be a draw. The Black King is going to
Ooh.
get in, but is there any way
Bishop
for...
E1. Bishop E1. And trading the bishop for the knight in that previous position would have secured the draw, putting the king on H8. And we would have really seen if it was going to be a dirty flag.
Yeah, but with 38 seconds, it's just impossible. Hikaru's not going to be... He's not going to be flagged here. I think we're looking at another Armageddon.
I do think Nepo is going to play it, though. I could be wrong. I have no reason to go nuts here, but I think this is worth playing on. I really do.
But I was looking for this. I was going to ask you, is there a way to actually play this on? And here it is. He puts the knight. Here we go. Here we go, man. We got a defensive setup for white.
Okay, but here we go. King comes back to E2. Okay. This is risky. I would undo that almost. Yeah, knight on F1, sure.
No,
King E2.
Huh?
I like to see this. This is exactly what I was expecting.
No, surely not. Surely not. I mean, we're looking at 30 moves, and each one is... Wait, but Nepo's the one with the bad connection. Look at this. He's gonna lose on time.
Yeah, he's gonna start repeating now. He can make a draw whenever he wants, but he's gonna start repeating. Yeah. Hikaru is so fast, and we get to see it on display right there. That would have been in the history books for one of the craziest flags of all time. But it ends in a peaceful result. Although I'm sure both of these guys are feeling a certain way after that.
I gotta tell you, man, Hikaru could have went to like H3 and queen the pawn, and he might have made it.
Well, the thing is, if Hikaru only has a bishop, he wouldn't get credit for a win if he doesn't have the pawn.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
So
you're right.
It was tough for him to win. So he was doing the right thing. If Nepo overpressed from there, I do agree Hikaru probably would have flagged him, but Nepo tried his luck and realized, I can't flag that guy. He's too fast. So Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi are tied after that result, which means we do have Armageddon upcoming between those two. Magnus Carlsen, we saw the emphatic victory there. Really smooth game, honestly, after a kind of a tricky opening, but he came back really nicely. 3-1 the final. So he moves on to the winners final. And Levy, Hikaru and Nepomniachtchi upcoming Armageddon. I think that one will definitely not disappoint.
For sure. And I think knowing Hikaru, I mean, he generally always goes for black. He's a big believer in this 2 out of 3 result kind of system. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I totally forgot there's different bullet rules, like international versus Chess.com versus, let's say, Lee Chess, for example. Like there's all sorts of different rules for flagging. So yes, you're right. Hikaru would have actually not gotten any credit. But if that was at the World Rapid and Blitz and he had won on time, he actually would have won the game, I'm pretty sure. So
that's right. Well, we have... what is it? Abdusatorov. That's the other addition here to the bottom of the bracket. Levy, we now see him slotted in to the losers quarterfinals. So it's his first loss in the event. Yes, he goes to the losers quarterfinals, but he waits, right? He sits there and he says, all right, you guys battled it out. Fedoseev, Artemiev are going to move on to face Abdusatorov. And of course, the other losers quarterfinal will feature whoever loses this Armageddon between Hikaru and Nepo. And as we've been discussing, Aronian and MVL is such a key matchup in that losers bracket, Levy, because both of those guys need to win to forge their path to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, big things in the losers bracket. The winners bracket playing mostly for content at this point. Nodirbek, the only question mark remaining, and he still secured enough points that it doesn't really matter. We have Magnus, we have Hikaru, we have Nepo, the top 3 actually in the overall standings as well for the qualification. Right. And we just got word that Jan Nepomniachtchi outbid Hikaru with an aggressive bid, 6 minutes and 41 seconds versus Hikaru's 10 minutes. And that means that Hikaru gets white. He does not get draw odds. Maybe, Aman, Jan did this because he knows how much Hikaru likes to play black in this format. The 3 minutes and 19 second advantage is a lot of time.
It is a lot. We can remind everyone the Armageddon format and what this bidding is all about. We just went through this, so hopefully it'll be reasonably familiar. But those bids, I mean, Hikaru bid 7 minutes, 41 seconds. Jan bid 6 minutes, 41 seconds. So they had similar ideas, but Jan went lower, which means Jan has the privilege of playing with Black. Why did the players both want that privilege? Because if it's a draw, Black wins the entire match. So full 10 minutes for Hikaru since he was outbid. And I don't know if he'll be that upset. You know, that's a big, big time edge. However, as we've talked about, Levy, Jan Nepomniachtchi is simply one of the quickest, not just like speed at the end of the game, but he's one of the quickest players throughout the entire game, maybe in the world online.
And sometimes that's to his detriment. Like we saw in the previous game, both guys were trying to match a ridiculous pace, and there was a completely huge moment, like 12 moves in, which I don't even know if they have time to analyze between these games. They already made their bids, and probably just a few moments here, we're gonna have the game underway. But yeah, it's a really, really aggressive bid. I wonder what opening Hikaru is going to choose. You know, with such a time advantage, you really try to go for imbalance. You don't let your opponent play 20 moves of Petrov theory, for example. So maybe we're going to just get knight f3, but we could also get an English.
Right. I was just thinking of before the game starts, maybe we can bring up the bracket again. I was just thinking of an interesting piece of maybe lore that in the losers bracket, if Fedoseev wins, he qualifies through, right? That's obvious, right? If he wins, great job. But interesting thing is that if he loses versus Artemiev, then Aronian and MVL actually both get through. It's just like a funny way that it could all shake down here. So Roni and MVL, the winner gets through for sure. So there's a lot on the line because they don't know the result of the other match. But actually, if Fedoseev doesn't win, then all of a sudden, whoever lost that Aroni and MVL says, thanks very much, appreciate that. And they're through as well.
I wonder if they all know this or they just play to win.
There's no way. I was studying spreadsheets for hours to figure all this out, Levy. There's no way they've got it.
They just have to show up, and that is kind of wild. You're playing in a sporting event, and you don't know what the score is. You know, you just know that you have to win, and everything around you is on fire and burning down, and you're just like,
it's true. Hey, it reminds me of the World Cup. You know, like group stage qualifier, the games happen simultaneously, and you don't know what's happening in the other games. You just got to play yours and hope everything swings your way.
That is true. That is a very proper analogy. Sometimes I find it funny, like in boxing, for example, you can be in the 10th round and you don't know what the judges have the fight. Like you have to wait for the whole fight to be over. You could maybe mitigate the risk you take or be a little bit more aggressive if you know what the score is, but that's life. That's a separate conversation to have. Open scoring, for example. But yeah, Aronian and MVL are on the cusp of either not making it or just making it in. They have to keep playing. Artemiev Fedoseev is a very fun matchup as well, and
Artemiev is just playing spoiler. So that's the crazy thing, is that Artemiev is in this tournament, and I mean he's already through, right? He's already qualified. He's 6th right now in the entire standings, so he's already through, comfortable, and he can just kind of mess things up for others. I mean, that's his role at this point. So it's really Fedoseev, MVL, and Aronian. Those 3 are fighting for 2 spots.
And I will just say, if anybody in the audience wants to stay for the most nerve-wracking part of today's broadcast, it's at least in this early segment, it's the bottom 3 fighting for the last 2 spots. But right now, if you want a little break, you want a snack break, Hikaru and Nepo, both guys already have tickets for Saudi, and they're just keeping us entertained. A King's Indian attack where Hikaru plays d3 followed by d4. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. This is GM stuff, and I don't have that title. So, Aman, what on earth? What is this?
Yeah, I've definitely seen something like this where Black postures like they're playing a French with e6, and then based on what White plays e5 later. And so it feels like it's almost happening in reverse here, but still not something we use the phrase, don't try this at home. This is definitely one of them. If I ever saw a game one of my subscribers, students, whatever, I'd be like, you're nuts for this. Don't ever move the same pawn twice in a row. You're just losing time. But as you said, these guys know something that we don't. That's why they're here. And lo and behold, slight edge for Hikaru out of the opening and massive time edge as per the Armageddon rules.
Basically the perfect, and I do stress this, like this is the perfect Armageddon opening. But and the reason for that is Black has no time to react and think what is the best strategy. So Black has to put the double fianchetto, weaken the king, and put a pawn on a4. And there's almost like a silent conversation happening here. You put this pressure on Black, who has to play extremely fast in the opening, gives White a little bit of an early head start here. But then the pressure's on White as well. You don't want to think too long, and suddenly you haven't capitalized on the position, and you blew through the advantage. So fascinating to see the dynamics here, but I think early on, I like Hikaru's chances.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see. I mean, basically, I want to defend the bishop on b7 so that I can go knight e7 and maybe knight d5 or knight f5. This move is very surprising. I'm wondering what's happening here because the e5 square, if White plays f4 or bishop f4, the e5 square is completely covered. And as you're pointing out, d5 could be absolutely devastating next move.
This looks, c4, and he's just trying to crash straight through the whole thing.
Yeah, knight f3, knight e5 is even a reliable move. Bishop f4, and then one of the pieces goes to e5. I really, really like the outlook here for Hikaru.
c5, I mean, Hikaru is also not stopping. He still has his time advantage. He's not slowing down. He's kind of playing on flow here. But knight e4, you sack the damn rook, or even f3 is fine, like position looks really nice.
Risky for sure. I guess the one thing you have going for you is some future position where you try to get that knight, jammed in on e4, and f3 plays directly against that.
There is a world in which the bishop would have been better somewhere else, like on b4 or on c3. Yeah, Nepo is doing his best. This looks like a classical Dutch gone really strange, Black queen made it to the h5 square, and that's sort of just about it. I wonder if at some point White can consider moves like g4, but all right, Hikaru is just playing completely on intuition. He's not calculating like anything. He's just, this is not normal. It's not normal that 25 moves into an Armageddon game, the time situation is the exact same.
That's true. Both of these guys are very quick, natural players, and I do feel like there's a competitiveness between them that they almost don't want to be. It's like a bit of a psychological game that if one of them is playing very fast, you're like losing the psychological edge if you're not keeping up. It's like, what, you can't keep up? There's like a bit of peer pressure into like following suit with the same speed. And so I do get that impression the way they're both like just completely nonstop. No one has paused. The eval bar has been up, down, all over the place. So bit of a mental game as well.
I think when you fall into that trap against Nepo, though, you're playing his game. Like, I take Hikaru with low time on the clock in a potentially dicey position, but in just a middle game type of situation, you fall into this trap against Nepo. And I mean, Nepo is a cagey guy. I mean, he's like, and he just hung a rook.
Wow. So the timing of that was so crazy because King H1, King G8 were played, and it almost looked like they were shuffling. And Nepo was like, sure, I'll shuffle, right? You got nothing. And then Hikaru sets up this really sneaky trap, knight e7. Nepo had no clue he was setting it up. He thought he was still shuffling. That was so clever.
It was clever, and it was the way you have to beat Jan, right? I think It was Magnus who once said he plays he plays bad moves quickly, something like along those lines. That was a crazy soundbite. And Hikaru it's clinical now. I don't even know how Black can create counterplay in this position, but it's looking like Hikaru will make it to another final against Magnus.
Yeah, it really does. And, because of the double elimination format of this entire event, let's not forget, like, one loss, they go down the loser's bracket. They could be back and facing off again in the grand final. So we could see a repeat matchup, but certainly here, Hikaru and Jan, I mean, not only the time deficit, the material as well. Jan's trying his best, but guess what? Like, Hikaru Nakamura is gonna convert these.
Bishop d4 is very nice. And black needs like 2-3 moves to get counterplay going, but doesn't have them. First of all, the bishop is targeted. Second of all, you can't move the f-pawn because your knight is hanging. And
not to mention, I mean, the knight on e4 can just be sacked. I mean, rook takes e4, it can be sacked for at any point. And so, understandably, we see desperation with bishop takes g3. But after maybe a little bit of calculation here, not too much. I never want to be caught actually calculating. I'm sure he'll find what suits him. Rook takes e4, bishop takes, or sorry, pawn takes g3. All looks good.
The only thing that black has is maybe the f-pawn locking in the knight, but Hikaru could have. He probably has a lot of winning moves here. Just don't play something like a rook e6, queen h5. I found the fastest way to basically throw the game right back. Rook e6, queen h2 looks like you're forcing the queens off the board, and then queen takes d1, and I don't think Hikaru will be doing that. But rook e8, rook h8 is mate, so, you know.
That's right. I think we'll still see queen h5 in that case. And white cannot make a draw. So it's not like you can just draw your way to victory here, even from a position of strength. It is Armageddon, so Hikaru does have to win it. So it's important to keep that in mind.
But queen h2 looks good. And then if f4, rook e6, and I think black is not thrilled there. So...
Yep, queen h2, knight e4, also queen e5 there. Let's see what he's come up with, because knight e4 will be played. And then is it rook f1? And I think he might want to just sack the rook on e4. That's it.
Yeah, rook e4, the threat is to take, as Hikaru would say. Also d6, and then pawn takes c6, and black just cannot defend against everything.
True. Yeah, and bishop to a1 and queen b2 if you want to set up more mating ideas. This is just pick your poison. He's got 2.5 extra minutes. It's just not going to happen.
There are still very, very vague outside chances to screw this up, but at this point it would just be impressive, I think. Clean.
Yeah, queen g4, queen g2 available to just offer that trade, and black cannot maintain the defense of the f5 pawn in that case. So maybe that's in play as well.
And queen goes back, and the most annoying thing about this position is that it's not over. Like,
it's true. It's true. And by the way, I also want to point out that I think Nepo would stand to really do well in this position if time was lower. Like, this could be actually tricky. It's just that there's so much time to double check everything as well. So it's completely winning, plus you got all that extra time. But give each side 30 seconds, and this is still pretty wild.
Yeah, easily. But like you said, with this much time on the clock. Also here, white is threatening, things like rook h6, which you don't have to play, but black has 0 counterplay afterwards, and the pawn goes to c7. So
yeah.
Okay, now you're not threatening it. By the way, you might still be in a world where it's still winning somehow because you have some way through with the pawn, but obviously you never do that here, and you it's easier to sacrifice Hikaru's pieces than your own.
Yeah.
A4? Like,
yeah, I was like, I think I might just play a4 here.
Yeah.
I feel like a4 is the type of move that I would feel ready to play, but also it's the type of move that you want to see as black, because then you start to play f4, maybe g4.
I can totally see myself losing this with white in a time
This is not a guarantee. Like, you still have to play some very good moves, and Hikaru is, but I'm just saying it's not a gimme.
I think we definitely take for granted when we have 28-13 and 28-29 on the screen that it's just completely over. I think most of the chat members would find exquisite ways to lose this with both colors, myself included, by the way, depending on the time situation. But this looks, rook b8. Yeah, Hikaru is just being ultra precise. This is the part of the Armageddon where you did what you were supposed to do. Jan overestimated underestimated, overestimated the time discrepancy, and now white is just winning.
And g4, queen h5, and the queen just enters the position finally. Rook b6 sets up indefensible checkmates, and queen e5 is available. So yeah, it looks too tough. Knight g3 hits the queen and is very likely to be played just because I really don't see anything else. But queen e5 covers the e2 check and also sets up like queen g7, queen h8 kind of simplification ideas.
It's pretty funny how now, or that.
Yeah, that's a great idea as well, of course.
Ooh, rook c6, the dagger.
that is a professional way to finish. I'll give you that.
But queen e5 is also there, and it's over because rook g8. There's c8 queen even.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to play someone else's winning position. That's like the most fun I have. It's just getting here is the hard part, but when it's plus 20, when it's m14, somehow it's more fun.
Yep. And even if I was in this position playing it rather than spectating it, I would feel much more nervous with white. But just watching someone else handle it, you're like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Oh yeah, of course, just do that, reduce counterplay. And I feel like Hikaru has done an amazing job because it's been seamless while we've been spectating.
I'm kind of shocked he's taking so much time. Maybe he's trying to there's a4.
Yep.
At long last.
I like it.
Queen f5 is...
That's the best. And you could not have done this earlier because the rook was on c8 attacking the pawn. This, we may see just a resignation in a couple moves, but Nepo, I will say, he doesn't quit. It's exactly what you want to see from someone in this format. Obviously this is over, but he's doing the right stuff.
Hikaru just looking at the fastest way to promote all the queens and then stall the game out, but 800 moves not possible here. Well, there's still ways to get mated on the back rank, but I somehow don't think it's going to happen. Just make the queen.
Yep.
He makes it, and that's it.
And Hikaru gets it done in Armageddon. We remember he had to win that, but he certainly did. Really nice tactic earlier. I think he took advantage of both sides playing insanely fast and said, hey, let me set up this trap. Was not spotted by Nepo, so he does win and move on to the winner's final, which means, Levy, we are, I will say, privileged, entitled to another Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura matchup in the winner's final.
And unlike the NBA draft picks, we did not have a 1.8% chance of this happening. This is a very, very likely outcome given the semifinals, and we are, like you said, privileged and honored to be a part of it. Always fun, and I don't think we should take these days for granted. They've been hinting at retirement. One is going to be a father soon, so we don't know how many times we're going to get this, but every time we should savor the moment. Call your friends. Magnus and Hikaru are going to play in like 20 minutes. Or maybe
exactly
sooner.
I mean, this is what it's all about, right? That matchup doesn't actually decide qualification spots, but I feel like that's a preview, Levy, of what could be the ultimate final of the entire competition. And I mean, it's just a rivalry that chess is looking forward to every single time it happens. So I can't wait to get into that. But we are going to move on from that. We are going to get set up for our next matchups. And I will say, before we take this short break, I want to remind everyone about not this tournament, but an upcoming tournament. That's right. Buckle up, because Norway Chess is almost here. That's 10 of the best players in the game, including Magnus Carlsen and world champions Gukesh and Ju Wenjun. They will all compete for one of the most prestigious titles in classical chess and prize fund of over $160,000. The action begins on May 26th, and we're covering it all on the Chess24 streams. For everything else that you need to know about the event, visit go.chess.com/Norway25 or use !Norway in chat. And we will be right back to cover the upcoming matchups, but of course, Magnus and Hikaru.
What's up, everybody? We're back for another episode of Chess.com Reads. With me here is Dylan Rittman. He is a senior product manager. He builds a lot of, well, you don't actually build things. What is it you would say you do, Dylan?
I hide behind the developers that actually do the work and build the things.
There you go. That's the best thing to do. Hide behind the developers. I'm hiding behind everyone else as much as I can. But we are now going to do iOS and Google Play Store reviews. We've done support tickets, Dylan. Those can get wild. We've done people who don't like getting closed for cheating, but today's going to be different, and I think you are the man for the job to answer for all the developers that you normally hide behind. So let's jump in.
Let's do it.
The best chess app so far. Used it for years and loved it. However, the frog screech on illegal move is just terrible. Please make it go away, or at least give option to mute that one sound only. Valid sounds are great and make the game feel realistic, but the illegal move screech is annoying. And all I think about while playing Bullet is that I will not play another game until I have a chance to calm down. I know the rules. I don't need the audible clue. My move was illegal. The piece won't move.
Wow. First of all, I never realized it was a frog screech. Like, was that intentional, Dylan? Did we, like, go into the wilderness and, like, record a bullfrog? I've never actually thought about what the illegal move thing sounds like.
Yeah, no, you know, Eric has his pet frog for all these years. I think we got that into the studio and kind of just let it rip for a while.
It honestly checks out. Thank you to the review there. But jokes aside, I don't know what to say besides you have the option to mute your sound. Although I will say I would be in favor, Dylan, of a feature where someone could choose their animal noise or do the old McDonald's spin for whatever animal noise they want for illegal move. Like, I actually would go premium for that. Different animal noises for illegal moves.
Totally agree. I think I just needed like another dog barking, cat meow. Like every illegal move should be slightly different to, you know, keep it fresh a little bit. Keep it
and
going.
Then we could add themes like street noise for those in New York who are just looking to go to sleep with, you know, noise of the city. Like, we could actually get creative here. So feature request accepted, and Dylan will get that on the roadmap right away.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece.
Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On Chess. Cast that spell, play for free.
My name is Fabiano Caruana, and this is Google Autocomplete. What is Fabiano Caruana's favorite chess opening? Oh, I'll have to say the Archangel variation of the Ruy Lopez, which I made a video course on, and it's always been a favorite since I was a child. What does Fabiano Caruana do with C-Squared? That's the podcast that I co-host along with Grandmaster Christian Kirilla. We've been doing it for about 2.5 years, and it's been fun. You know, it's the first time that I went into not just playing chess, but also talking about chess. So that was pretty cool. What is Fabiano Caruana's IQ? I have no idea what my IQ is. I don't know. I've never taken a test, as far as I know. I have no idea.
What would be your guess?
I don't even want to guess or know. Either whatever it is, I have no interest in knowing it. Has Fabiano Caruana ever won a world championship? I have not won a world championship. I've played a world championship, but I didn't win it against Magnus in 2018. That was the one time that I played the world championship. What was Fabiano Caruana's career highlight? I think this is similar to the last question. my career highlight was winning the candidates in 2018, and that qualified me for the World Championship. So that was probably the most, the happiest I was after playing a tournament, and the most difficult tournament, and probably the proudest success that I have. How tall is Fabiano Caruana? I think 169 centimeters. I guess that's either 5'6" or 5'7", 169 centimeters. Did Fabiano Caruana go to college? I didn't go to college. I never went to college. I never went to high school. I went to school until I was 12 and then I stopped. I was done with it after that. Is Fabiano Caruana Italian? I have a lot of Italian heritage. I am an Italian citizen. My mother's Italian. I never grew up in Italy. I never lived in Italy, but I have a lot of family there. So I spent a lot of time as a kid visiting them, spending time with my family, and also from my father's side as well. He has a lot of Italian ancestry, and all my grandparents were born in Italy. So from a heritage point of view, I'm very Italian, and also I'm an Italian citizen, but I haven't ever lived there. And although I did represent Italy for many years now, I represent the United States playing chess.
Welcome back to the 2025 Chess.com Classic. On Hamilton here with Levi Rosman. Levi, we just saw some exciting games, but I feel like the best is still to come. Obviously, in the losers bracket, things are heating up, but also, I mean, Magnus and Hikaru. Let's take a look at this bracket. And Levi, Magnus, Hikaru, any predictions based on what you've seen so far?
Listen, so far so good on the winners bracket side of things. Magnus showing up, doing what he does best, very dominant victory. Didn't have to work super hard, whereas Hikaru had to work quite hard to outwit Nepo. That was a very back and forth matchup. But this is El Clasico, and last time they played him on, it was all Carlsen. That's how it felt.
Yep.
In the at least in the first final that they played. So it's like if you have to choose one guy, right? If Magnus is Thanos and you need to choose one Chief Avenger to go up against them, you got to go with Hikaru. That's what I feel like. But when Magnus is in good form, he is tough to beat.
Absolutely right. And let's take a look at the losers bracket as well, because down there is where these final spots get decided. And we do have Fedoseev and Artemiev who are battling. Artemiev is already qualified, so Fedoseev with a win would qualify. But if Fedoseev loses, that is the simplest explanation for who qualifies, because Aronian and MVL would both go through. So Fedoseev is simply in a must-win situation to get in. If not, everything is decided. And Levi, Aronian and MVL, they don't know the result of that other matchup. So they have everything to play for, because whoever wins that matchup guarantees a spot in the Esports World Cup.
The fight to survive component of the entire thing is the most exciting. While at the top, we have Hikaru, Magnus. We get to see them duke it out, but mostly for fun. When's the last time Hikaru and Magnus played for fun in a tournament? Like win or lose, I think the only thing on the line at the moment is maybe pride. We also do have cams. We had a whole commentary shakeup. We had a production shakeup. I'm letting people in on the behind the scenes a little bit, power outages all across the world. But we managed to get the cams.
That's right.
And they look great, don't they? I mean, my goodness, fantastic camera quality here.
Yes, and they're both obviously repping the Falcons, Team Liquid. So looking great over there. Love to see the jerseys. And most certainly, I think the games are already getting started. And is this, I mean, you have to smile. Is this a bit of a nod to the previous game, as Magnus probably saw Hikaru dead lost in that game against Nepo and said, yeah, I'll try that. You know, just make sure that he's analyzed it properly.
This is so funny, man. Magnus, this is like, I don't know if we can even emphasize this enough. Magnus just had an eye on the Nepo match while playing his own match, and he saw that Hikaru got himself into trouble in this variation and forced Hikaru to make some improvements and adjustments. There's a level of gamesmanship to this, you know? He's playing into this knowing that Hikaru's going to play it against him. But Hikaru's a system player, man. Like, when he plays an opening, he really believes in it all the time against everybody. Something to be said for that, Amon, right? Like, he's not afraid of anybody.
Whoever system players are out there in the world, they're pure geniuses. They know something that the rest of us don't. But I agree with you. We saw that at the Candidates as well, which is another tournament that I'd commentated on, so it's very familiar, but we kept seeing that new prep from Hikaru. He kind of comes up with a certain system, and as you said, he just kind of spams it. And it's not just like, you know, he does it over and over to no avail. It works, and there's a reason that he keeps going back to it.
Sometimes these positions are so unbelievably dicey. He is a pawn down with questionable compensation in the sense that the pawn on e7 is hanging, and he plays the best move. He understands the position really well. Pawn on c5 will fall. That will allow counterplay to come down the c file. Magnus looking to get the bishop pair and kind of send this game to an endgame where maybe he's going to have the pawn on d5. The thing about Hikaru is that generally in some of these openings that are a little bit on the edge of maybe being called dubious, Magnus somehow knows how to ask Hikaru all the questions, right? He's almost the antidote a little bit to some of Hikaru's opening tricks and hacks. And Amon, I mean, here's a great example. This is a long grinding endgame down a pawn against Magnus.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where the analysis tells you, okay, you know, we've got ourselves into a position that we can make a draw in, but at the end of the day, like, sometimes you analyze something and it feels a certain way, you know, you see the 0.00 and then you get to the position and you're like, wait a minute, why is this, I'm just down a pawn. What's going on here? So I don't think we're quite at that level just yet, but, you know, he's kind of thinking to himself, okay, yeah, I'm in my prep, but how do I win this pawn back? You're never taking d5, so it's more about the quality of the pieces and the compensation, which you do need to take into account here.
Hikaru sitting back, though, arms folded, the confident pose. You know, even if it's digital, he's clearly well hydrated as well. We got 3 towering water bottles in the back. Maybe some psychological warfare there, Amon. We know Magnus always chugging water during these matches. This is the groundbreaking insights that we come here for as the players ponder their middle game setups.
Yeah, and with opposite bishops here, it should be pointed out that the draw is a very, very likely result. Opposite bishops being the bishop on the light square on c4 and the dark square on f6. So that means that I think there's quite a bit of maneuvering in for this game. Maybe we jump back to the bird's eye view and have a look, Levy, at the other games that are ongoing, as that one seems to have settled down after an opening flurry and a bit of a nod to that previous game against Nepo. But let's have a look. MVL, Aronian, Artemiev, Fedoseev. What looks exciting?
MVL has both players actually have pretty good positions with the white pieces. Maybe we pop over to MVL versus Aronian, and this one looks like it will be a long-term attack being built up on the black position with, you know, just obviously not in this particular order, but okay, he puts queen c3 and that queen is going to go to a5 and then maybe b3 and c4 and so on. And yeah, Aronian playing fast them on, but the attacking prospects look real juicy for white.
Yeah, and it's important to understand, you know, when you have the 2 bishops against a bishop and a knight, usually what you want to do is you want to put your pawns on the same color as your opponent's bishop. So the guy that has a bishop and the knight, put your pawns on the same color as that bishop, because you've got the bishop that no one has, the dark squared bishop. So you want your pawns on light squares so your bishop can control the dark squares. That would mean b3, a4, maybe f3 at some point. but just all those moves are going to be restricting the light squared bishop. And I really, really like the move b3a4 or the maneuver b3a4 because it also deals with the knight on b6.
How stupid was the move b3, queen a3, king d2? That was, it's one of those again, it's so much easier to give away Maxim's pawns than my own, right? Like, but that just looks so appetizing. Like, I really want to play b3. But now I don't think it works anymore. I think black is a little bit too fast. So we'll see if Maxime will build this up into something powerful.
Yeah, with the bishop on d5, it made, I was a little bit more behind the idea. But I will say the way that things have gone, the way to look at it from black's perspective, if you're thinking about like, what do I do in this position, is also the bishop on e4. When you have bishop knight against the bishop pair, you always want to trade your bishop for the same colored one. So bishop on e2 and bishop on e4, if they were to trade, I think the chances for Ronian would improve drastically. So we're going to see if he can do that.
These guys are playing to knock each other out. They're playing for 2 of the remaining 3 bottom spots, as well as Fedoseev. Artemiev is playing the role of spoiler, potentially. Fedoseev is also kind of like Nepo, a bit of a cagey, bit of a grindy type of player.
Whoa.
Takes huge risks. Yeah, I was going to say, Aman, he takes massive risks. Fedoseev, his evaluation swings in games are giant.
Seriously.
He really takes risks, as we see here.
Yeah, it's interesting that rook e1 is like highlighted as the best move. I mean, we have an f7 pawn that can be taken every which way, and that immediately tells me something went wrong in this opening phase, because Artemiev can gain a tempo with rook d1, rook e1, f7 is hanging. Like, this should be a almost winning advantage for Artemiev already.
But it's insane why is it not rook fe1? Like,
I know.
Why would you sandwich in your own rook? That does not feel natural to me, but there's got to be a tactical reason that the f2 pawn just needs protection, right? But like rook e1, bishop c5, right? That's probably the point.
Yep. And realizing that rook d1 doesn't help you out because black will play queen b6, and the queen trade is not really going to benefit you. So rook a to e1 is clearly highlighted as the best option. And I wonder if it really matters, like if you take on f7 with the bishop or the knight, there are certain positions, and he finds it, there are certain positions, Levy, where the knight or the bishop are going to be better. And those positions are going to depend on the reaction to this move. So that's why it's so smart to play the rook first, get to see how black defends this bishop, and then take with the piece that makes the most sense.
Now, before everybody in the chat has a collective panic attack, we will go to the big guys, pop back over to Magnus versus Hikaru. And we do have the cams there. There they are, hand on the face. Magnus trying to make the extra pawn that Hikaru gave away with his opening pay off. It will be thoroughly blockaded on the opposite color. Draw your attention to these 2 bishops. Opposite color bishops generally lead to many more blockading endgames where even having a 1-pawn advantage does not matter. Also, somehow Hikaru is running circles around the white position despite playing with no rook. He is playing without the second rook, and he's a pawn down, and he's down 2.5 minutes, but he's stabilized the position I'm on. He's a pawn down, but it's zeros.
Yep. Yeah, this is exactly what I was expecting. Stable position, but it's one of those things where at the end of the day, you've got an extra pawn. So yes, it's 0.00, but if you play this on and on and on, eventually that pawn is going to matter. And let's not forget about the time as well. Is this pawn going, well, I mean, now it's definitely going, yeah, to d7 and not rook c7 because a bishop takes f7 check. Nice trick there.
And the king is going to e7, Aman.
Right.
Not in 2 moves because there's some pins, but like in general, the king is also very close to the pawn, and the knight can go back to the d6 square at some point, and Hikaru's going to win that pawn. This is a nasty, nasty game from Hikaru, and that's why he has sat back, folded his arms. He never does this. You don't see Hikaru doing this in Title Tuesday. The hand is on the mouse, but here he has time. He's perfectly in camera frame, beautiful lighting, great Falcons jersey there, and that's a flex. That's the flex.
Yeah, there you go. Had to get a close up on that. And the thing for Magnus is he's just kind of giving the platform to Hikaru. It's one of those games where if Hikaru demonstrates the prep, the execution, the resourcefulness, the counterplay that this position needs, he'll draw it. And Magnus knows that. But if he slips up even once, Magnus has that pawn on d7. He will be able to potentially win. So it's one of those games where if Hikaru plays a great game, and he really, really is, it is going to be a draw. And I don't think Magnus is terribly upset. It's a best of 4 matchup. There's going to be more games here. And Hikaru's up to task. This is sort of a test, I feel like, that Magnus has thrown at him. He said, I saw what you played against Netbo. I just want to make sure you've studied it. And hey, it looks like he did. So he passing the test so far.
Yeah, I love it. It's definitely a big win for Hikaru in the first game. So far. There's still a lot of chess left to be played, but let's put it this way. It was 8.5 minutes to 5 just moments prior. Magnus not maneuvering in the best possible way, and they're both down to 4 minutes. And I mean, that extra pawn, Aman, it walked to d7, and it's going to be captured. And White does not have any advantage. And Hikaru once again showing that you can play the Mirror Queen's Gambit against literally the best player in the world and get a completely seamless game. But still don't try this at home.
Yeah,
and,
it's
whoa!
Bishop g5?
What?
But Magnus almost sat in like immediately. He knew he made a mistake. He was like, what the heck did I just do? I'm in shock, speechless here, Levy. That move is a double question mark. Bishop g5 is a simple pin, and Magnus is just sick. Like, he can't believe it. Like, it's almost like he lost. He thought, oh, he's equalizing, so let me think I can do whatever I want here. Worst case is a draw, and he doesn't even calculate knight d2. He just plays it in stride. What a blunder!
Yeah, I mean, this is the knight moved in front of the king and just gets pinned. Magnus calculated some sort of knight takes f2. He can't believe it. He's disgusted. Sitting back, drumming on the table, and now, Aman, he has to summon the will to fight for a draw. He is no longer fighting to prove any advantage. He's fighting not to lose the game in the next 5 to 6 moves.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's trying to set something up on like f7, maybe, but I mean, it's just not going to happen. So I guess what, bishop takes d2, there's no f5 after that to strengthen the knight. So, I can sort of see where he's coming from here. Let's not give up on this just yet. I mean, the fact that he found the best continuation in about 20 seconds while completely tilted after a blunder is remarkable.
Why did he have to give up the f pawn?
To line up the knight and bishop, I guess, just to sort of force things. If the bishop was on g5, you could play knight d2, no problem.
Oh, because in this way, this is so gross. He did this. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Wow. I mean, I was just locked in on that he has to give away at least the exchange, but now Hikaru has to find his way. And we have seen there are sometimes moments Hikaru does get an advantage in little games like this, but then, he's happy to simplify and just make a draw in the first game with black effortlessly. But now he has to play for a win, and he might also get low on time, Aman. It's not over at all.
I can't believe that Magnus even had an out there. Truly, this is insane. First of all, that he found it, or that it was even there, and now it's almost psychological because look, he had to give it back. It's only really one pawn, and yes, it's a big advantage, Levy, but truly, it's only one pawn in opposite bishop endgame. And how did he do that? Magic.
Yeah, like it's just a pawn. I mean, the game looked over. It looked like he absolutely had to lose a rook. And this might be one of those games, by the way. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Now Hikaru has to summon it within himself, Aman, to win this game down a full minute. And I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it.
G4, you can even play like, king G2, rook F2, put pressure on the F7 pawn. This is insane. It's almost equal. Magnus just played a move that should be game over, pinned, taken. He finds F4, rook D4. I don't know what the right continuation there was. Hikaru couldn't find it in the mere, minute that he spent. That's insane. I don't know how he just did that.
When he played knight d2, I looked at the position. I went, you pin the knight to the rook, and White has to lose an exchange. And now Magnus has just, like the Terminator, summoned himself back And he's almost doubled up Hikaru's time. Hikaru is burning the time now because he can't believe what's gone wrong. He was supposed to be easily winning.
And there's no increment as well. So, obviously he can make a draw whenever he wants. It's Hikaru's in control. But just saying, you don't even have time to play for here.
No, not at all. I think Hikaru will be trying to, within the next minute, make a draw, because if he doesn't, there's enough pieces on the board to lose on time. We've been talking about this whole concept the whole day, and Hikaru hasn't lost on time in any of the games, but that's the threat of no increment, and now it's just equal.
That's crazy. That is so crazy. Opposite bishops. If the rooks get traded, immediate draw. We know that for sure. So it's the presence of the rooks on the board that are giving Hikaru any chances, but I mean, let's be real. Are the chances really better for Hikaru here?
That's a draw.
I don't know that they are.
That's a draw offer. King H6, a draw offer.
Yeah, he's not trying to win this anymore. And if anything, Rook B6, Bishop D5, don't you have to be a little careful?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I mean, time is ticking, right?
Yeah, and I don't know if Magnus is going to dirty flag Hikaru.
No, I don't. I definitely don't think so, especially not from here. It's just not necessary. It's game 1 of 4, so I think a draw is more likely. Yeah.
Yeah. Now Black puts the bishop the A5, B6, and you make a draw.
Wild, completely insane. I don't know how Magnus just blundered, like such an obvious blunder. He looked like he was ready to give up the game, almost resign on the spot. He finds a continuation that to this moment, I don't know what was missed. It just felt like I watched a magic trick.
And 3 moves, draw. Both guys breathe a sigh of... Nobody's happy, Aman. Hikaru shaking his head. Magnus unhappy. That's how you know we're watching a chess match.
Magnus has a wry smile. He knows that he really got away with one.
Yeah, I love this. He has the look of an 18th century composer after playing one wrong note in a 3-hour, symphony. And
truly, both players are currently in the Chess.com game review being like, huh? They're just incredulous as they try to figure out what was missed. That is the result from that game. Now, in the other games, of course, we need to catch up with those results as well, but a draw somehow, some way between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. That is the best of 4. And in the losers bracket, the matches are best of 2.
Fedoseev actually had a repetition against Artemiev, and Artemiev had a much better position in the end. According to Stockfish, he could have played for a potential advantage, but he had a repetition on the board. He didn't feel comfortable taking that risk. Whereas MVL defeated Aronian. He ultimately built up that attack. We popped in there for a moment, then went back to Hikaru Magnus, but that game felt like one-way traffic. That game really felt like a position that only White could build up, and MVL did it, and he is one step closer to punching a ticket to Riyadh.
That's right. Best of 2 means that only a draw for MVL with the black pieces. You're essentially playing an Armageddon game here with even time. So, that's one way to think of it, which means he's really in the driver's seat in that matchup. We haven't really talked about how crazy it was that Fedoseev survived against Artemiev for a draw, right? That was insane. We dropped in on a completely lost position. So incredible recovery. Magnus and Hikaru on screen there, as you pointed out, no one's happy after that last matchup. They're just both disgusted with the game, and we move on to the next one.
This one, A6, played by Magnus. This is a very, very common system with White. Probably the strongest player to play it all the time at the highest level, especially in classical chess, is Vincent Keimer, but Hikaru playing this as well. He just played this against Nepomniachtchi. Bit of a sideline chosen from Magnus to play pawn to A6. And now Hikaru responding with D4. I've played this myself, and I'm always fascinated watching the best players in the world play it because they play it at such a high level. All the different pawn transformations, all the different captures. Magnus not looking to equalize. I think Magnus is actually looking to put up a big fight here.
Yeah, and you pointed out, in the previous matchups that we've seen with Hikaru, he's such a specialist in these B3 systems. This one is a little bit different. It's kind of transposing back into more of a D4 kind of game, but B3 anything just says Hikaru Nakamura. And I guess we'll see him castle here. And I wonder if we'll get bishop takes on C3. It's kind of a weird position to play 2 bishops against 2 knights, but the bishops don't have the most scope.
No, this is a really, really interesting concept from Magnus. I was saying he's not playing for equality. He's playing for what he's just killed the game in the first 10 moves.
And the interesting thing about this is at some point, there might be a knight e4 move that happens. If it ever does happen and the bishop and knight trade, advantage to Magnus. I mean, he's half asleep at the moment. Like, he's just trading rooks. Like, I don't think he's concerned about this position at all.
What a moment from the world number 1. He traded everything. 20 moves-ish. Everything's been traded. Rooks, bishops for knights.
Yep.
White's got absolutely nothing.
Yeah. And the reason that we're speaking about, White having nothing, Magnus in cruise control, like how come Hikaru's not in cruise control? Well, it's generally because you kind of look at the guy with the white pieces as having a bit more responsibility or interest in playing for an advantage. You move first, and having the white pieces is an advantage in chess. So Hikaru may look back on this game and just be like, well, I didn't really get much out of this, right? There was no real push for a win. Now, that being said, they're still going to play this on. Let's see what happens. But I envision this endgame maybe going even in Magnus's direction. Got to be careful.
Easily. Well, maybe not after that, but yeah, this is going to be a likely draw. If the queens come off the board and you get bishop versus knight with 5 pawns each, would be quite impressive for black to put pressure. But this was definitely not the game that Hikaru was hoping to get with white. I just think he's going to have to change it up in the second white game. Well,
I definitely agree with that. This is very, very simple. I don't think Magnus is overly concerned. I will just say that I don't particularly agree with that last decision. And I could be dead wrong here, but just saying, I don't agree with it. I do feel like white is left with the better bishop, of the one, like the bishop's hitting the pawn on d5. It's going to be a draw regardless, but still, I thought that was an odd decision to take the dark squared bishop, which didn't really seem to be doing that much.
Although the game is still hovering at completely dead equality, both guys at 99%, just like we're used to. And the only hope that there was is that this bishop in the long run will potentially eat a few of these pawns. But if black plays this correctly, it's actually white's pawn that can't be protected. And then both of them will trade these pawns and their kings will come to the middle. And yeah, really the guy with the bishop is the one you have to monitor in the endgame. But it shouldn't be anything substantial.
Agreed. We can talk about this forever, but this is a very, very likely draw. I suggest we go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at the other games. We remember these matchups are best of 2. So Artemiev, Fedoseev currently tied, meaning a draw would send them to Armageddon, and a win by either player would win the entire match. Meanwhile, Aronian and MVL, we had MVL winning that earlier game. So shall we take a look at that matchup? Levy, there's a lot on the line here for Aronian, who needs to win to, I won't say he's knocked out with a loss because he can still qualify, but certainly doesn't help his chances.
For sure, it becomes completely out of his control if he doesn't win. So looks like a London.
Hey, I've had this position too many times, ashamed to admit how often. Yes.
Well, then tell us what should we be expecting if both guys played like this? I mean, is black looking for an e4 and then a kingside attack? How is white looking to make progress?
Yeah, often in these positions, for black, you're basically trying to go all out. But the problem is sometimes when you commit super hard, f5, g5, g4, white just says, okay, never mind, like, let me take in the center. D takes e5, rook d1, and you almost feel like you wish the center was closed. Like if white played d5, that would give you a little bit more confidence to say, oh, okay, now move my knight b8, and f5, g5, g4. So it's this cat and mouse game of black trying not to overexpand. before, white closes the center. On the contrary, what is white going to do, right? d5, d takes e5. These moves are not desirable unless black goes all out. And that's what we've got here. Both sides kind of unwilling to make the first move.
Knight g5 deemed a miss by the computer, the game review. I'm not really sure why. Obviously, the idea is to bring the queen and then create some threats. Maybe that knight was very good and you needed to find a different approach, but I don't really know what that different approach is, if I'm being honest. So nothing in the game, we already said, between Hikaru and Magnus. This one, quite lively. Aronian with a very big decision to make. Does he exit the center as well and just try to keep the tension and argue that this knight is not particularly well placed? Does he trade? And I mean, I don't like trading here, but maybe he has a nice follow-up after that. But I don't envy Levon. This is not an easy position.
Yeah, I feel like my instinct would definitely be to take and even play something as maybe silly looking as king h1. Like, I definitely think a trade is kind of helpful for the position. Also, how do you refuse the trade? It does not look very comfortable refusing this trade. You could go knight f to d2, but knight on d2 is kind of bumping into the knight on c4. Like, that doesn't make me feel great either. So I would probably take this knight.
Yeah, knight d2, I was looking at d5, but you might even be able to take on e5, and at the end you have some fork, which is kind of ridiculous, like huge trade.
Right.
Yeah, knight f d2 could be like an Armageddon move. It's also a must-win type of move. I don't know. You get often to get a potential winning position, you need to get a losing position first at this level. Like, it's it's not okay. He does take it. Maybe we're gonna.
You can allow bishop. Yeah, so I was gonna say you can allow bishop takes h3 due to f4 in a lot of these lines, and black plays queen g4 to try to keep the pin, but then you're also trapped. Like, your bishop on h3 is then stuck. So that's a common idea as well. And queen a3 makes use of it. I do like the move queen a3 in terms of making use of that, but I'm not sure what queen a3 is doing other than maybe b4.
Oh, pawn takes d4.
C takes, I would say, is
I like that.
Definitely the more ambitious move, right? And he's got to win. Agreed. Exactly that. So I like that here.
Yeah, you have long-term ideas. Bishop takes on a6. Really destabilizing this knight. We're looking very, very far ahead.
Yep.
But
I will say, after ED4 happens, Levy, I think the general interpretation of the positions where you get your opponent to play E takes D4 is super positive for white. So from my experience playing these games, when I get my opponent to play E takes D4, love the outcome. So I personally think Levon should be very happy. Not, it's not like he's completely winning or anything, but he can be satisfied with at least some chances here.
Just don't hang his queen.
Yeah, please.
No queen hangs, please. Bishop f8, a nice idea. Yeah, I was highlighting c7 is now weak. It's a very bold decision from Maxime. He's really, I mean, I think he's trying to play all the best moves, but he's making the game a lot more lively for a person that has to win for Levon. But yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, definite chances for Levon here. I like the position. You can use the C file, but black's very solid here. H3 is going to become a real threat soon. And, how do you really break through is the other question. So definitely a position that I think Levon can win from, but winning on demand when you don't really have any advantage to speak of, difficult.
Let's quickly show Fedosey or Temyev, who are in a game that will be going for a very, very long time. It's very tense. Their first game was also a draw. Good chance that this makes it into some sort of an Armageddon, I would say. And like you've said, it's a best of two. But Aman, I mean, it's kind of tough to choose a game because even Hikaru and Magnus have like 7 pieces left on the board. So
yeah, I was actually thinking like maybe we jump into that game just for a sec, because first of all, it just might end pretty soon, but also there may be just some final outside chances here because, for example, the white king is about to take the pawn on g5, and it's been a draw the entire game. We've been monitoring. We would have jumped back here if something serious. Welcome back, 2025 Chess.com Classic. I'm also, Levy, welcoming us back as well. So welcome back to you, Levy.
Yeah, welcome back, Amon. The last thing I remember is I believe you were saying something, and then I looked to my left, and everything went down. Everything. I mean, I thought it was my fault. I thought it was your fault. I thought there was another power outage. I mean, I've been in a lot of power outages recently, you know? So
Yep. It seems to be following us around, but you know, we're back. They can't keep us off the air for too long. I was wondering if it was something I said, you know, maybe something you said. We'll have to dive into it, but we are back, and the players are back as well. We are going to be getting into this next game soon, Levy. I believe in the meantime that we had some results as well. There's Magnus on your screen, trying to catch up on everything, but I believe that we had a draw in this one.
That game did, in fact, end in a draw. The move b5 had just appeared on the board. It was a bishop and 3 pawns versus knight and 3 pawns endgame. And I think actually there was peace in the Fedoseev Artemiev game as well. No, actually, Fedoseev won.
So in the losers bracket, as we take a look here, we see that Fedoseev beat Artemiev in that final game of the best of 2. So no Armageddon needed. And MVL, I mean, usually when you're in a situation like Aronian, you need a win. MVL actually gets the win because Aronian probably went all out in that one. So the losers quarterfinal matchups are set. Abdusattorov, Fedoseev, Nepomniachtchi, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And that does mean that Fedoseev and MVL take the final 2 spots. We have to jump back into the live game. But the matchups are continuing today only with this one here. We have Hikaru and Magnus, full focus on this one, Levy, but the final 2 spots for the Esports World Cup were determined.
Oh, yeah. And now as a bonus, we get this matchup. And the first move that Magnus improves on the previous game, Amon, Hikaru has blundered, and c6 is winning. The same move that was winning in Nepomniachtchi Nakamura like an hour ago is winning. And it's quite simple, Amon. You play c6, the guy takes your pawn, you take, and then after knight b6, you play b5, and you have 2 connected passed pawns in the 5th and 6th rank.
That's what I was thinking, that that after c6, b5, maybe you think to yourself, oh, I throw in bishop takes on f3, and the knight takes back, and then knight b6 attacks the bishop. But Magnus is obviously going to say, no problem. I'll play g takes f3, so the knight on d2 continues to defend that bishop on c4, and that looks like the main caveat, Levy, and perhaps a5 just, I don't know, maybe played too quickly. There's definitely some, rook e7.
Oh my goodness. Okay, one of 2 things is happening, all right? Either Hikaru has much deeper analysis than we have, because he played a5
very well be the case.
Yes, and our game review engine bar is not going as high. Or twice, he has bluffed so viciously.
Yep. Yep.
And neither time the guys were able to refute it. It's incredible. Wow.
And then this is part of the game. Bishop on g4 also defending the knight on d7. So can we just take on b4 and then undermine the pawn on c5? That looks like the right idea. Now, if you play c6, it's just a worse version of a variation that you could have had without taking the e-pawn. That was just not a pawn that needed to be captured.
c6 looks demented. I mean, you have this rook coming down, you have the bishop sniping you, you have this bishop... Whoa! Magnus Carlsen is giving up the rook on d1. This is nasty. And he's just saying...
Wow. Exciting move.
He did this, Amon. He did this. Oh, he had a game. I think it was in the World Blitz or World Rapid. He played very similarly, where I think it was against the Aronian. He just gave up a rook for a bishop and used his pawns to win the endgame.
Right. And at this level, to shock Hikaru Nakamura with a move, period, is very tough to do. Like, to simply play something that is good and that he did not expect remotely. And I think we actually just saw that. Bishop takes f3. It can be taken back twice. It's attacking the rook on d1. I'm telling you, like, I was looking at h3. Not once did I consider rook takes d7. It just didn't occur to me. But the best players in the world look at every possible move. And I'm not even saying that this is like an absolute win for Magnus, but it's certainly a surprise. That is a big element in a move's success. Just being surprising is worth a lot.
Amon, you know... But there is one very clean move here. The only way Hikaru doesn't get himself into a deep and difficult position is bishop to d4. And that move and he finds at knight e4, he can sack the bishop, put the knight and the bishop on the same line, play rook c8. That is how he is going to maintain the balance. And he finds it.
Hang on a sec. After knight e4, is it clear that he's found it just yet? Like, if he doesn't play bishop takes c5 after knight e4, are we in trouble?
Yeah, I think we might be, because the pawn goes to d6 and there's various shots on f7. But yeah, you're right. Although bishop c5 is a findable move, because after knight,
definitely is. It would be impressive. And Hikaru at the moment, he looks like he's looking at bishop c5, just the way he's leaned in, and yeah, it's on the board. He was completely locked into that idea, and that's a confident sit back there. I don't know if it's completely over. The white bishop, even without the c pawn, sits beautifully on b3, blocking the black pawns. You can play d6 to open up pressure on f7. So this is still anyone's game.
He doesn't even take the bishop. He just says, all right, I lost the pawn. I'm going all in with what I have.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is playing with a little bit of fire, though. But yeah, b6 is rock solid. Man, knight g5, it's never over.
Yeah, you're going to have to give up something here. Rook d8. I mean, you can play it. f7 is going to be loose, though.
But what else do you do?
Hikaru has had to be very accurate here. After that one mistake, a5, rook e7 from Magnus. Magnus came with the first surprise there with giving up the rook on d1. That was shocking, truly. And knight g5. Look, the f7 pawn is going down. You can't play king g7. Knight e6 is one to watch out for.
I think there is just not enough material for a truly devastating attack. I think Hikaru is very, very good at coming up with concepts like h6, knight takes, and then getting the king out of the way and kind of walking it forward. But he just has to stay focused. That's really the thing in one of these games. You relax for a second, and there's some trick, and this pawn is 2 squares away from queening. The opposite colored bishop endgame, we should point out here, Aman, if it was rook and bishop versus rook and bishop with a pawn on d7, not easy.
No, not at all.
And then the white king, by the way, will walk on the light squares.
Yeah, it could make it all the way up. It's 1-1 right now. It's a race to 2.5 points in this one. And if it's tied 2-2 after the best of 4, we will once again have Armageddon.
Magnus is he
looking at that as well? Like, what kind of face is this? It's not even his turn. Is he just like, okay, wow, allowing knight e6? I mean, believe me, very intentional allowing knight e6 here. It has to be. So I just sitting here being like, wait a minute, why? Everything else looked too scary, I think, right? Like f7 pawn falling, he'd rather play a position where it doesn't look like white has any moves, right?
Come on.
Would you take,
why is
or would
the
you go
best
knight
move
e6?
f4? This is
huh?
So again, we have live feedback here for the audience, and Hikaru's move is given a big question mark because white can just improve and do nothing.
Stop highlighting it. I feel like you're Yeah, I knew it. That's such a Magnus move. Just improving the position and saying, you've got no moves. Rook d8, knight e6 is now game over. f7 is still hanging. King f6 is not playable. What pieces do you have left?
Literally the difference between the previous position and this one is that h6 was more forcing. It forced white into capturing this pawn, and then black had to find this king walk. This this is a Magnus move. I'm going to take on f7 or play knight e6 when I want, and my pawns in the long run are going to be the difference maker here, and my pawn's not hanging. Crazy.
What a move. Yeah, if you imagine a position where white plays g4, and then we see knight e6, knight takes rook on f8, and then white plays the pawn to g5, That's actually like it's completely caged in, right? Black cannot move anything after that.
And he must have seen that. He must have seen that. And Magnus in 2024 and 2025, he's doing this in many, many games. He definitely learned from various computers over the last 5 to 8 years, like when Alpha Zero peaked, of using his flank pawns. But this is another thing he does. He hunts down kings in endgame style games where he's not up any material. H6, now, Amon, like you said, you go here, the king comes out, you take the rook, and then you just bring the king, and Black does not have a move.
Yeah, and the pawn on f4 stops king from f6 to e5, which would be a key resource to take that d pawn, even giving up the f7 pawn. So we will see this continuation, of course, and I think king e2 to stop bishop e3 maybe. Otherwise, just g4, h4 you want to do, but I think, bring the king up methodically, and good luck, Hikaru, because I don't know what you do. And remember, even though the pawns are even, Levy, like just counting them up, they don't feel that way because you got the double pawns for Black, and the d pawn makes the difference.
Amon, this is, and now the king has made it to f4. Black can't get closer. Black has no moves, and we infiltrate with the king. That idea that I was showing a little bit earlier. This king is going to get to c6, and Black is completely lost.
And after that, you can play rook takes f7 and just sack, and probably the pawn endgame is winning as well once you have your king up there. So I almost don't even know what to say. And Hikaru's got that face like he's realizing it as well. Just looking at the camera there, he's just kind of shocked, like, huh? How do I have no moves? And that's exactly what I think everyone here is slowly realizing. Magnus, obviously very excited about that.
There is a world in which this king is getting to c7. You sack the rook, the pawn goes up, the bishop or the king try to come back to stop it. Your king's here, escorting this pawn's going, Black can't stop both. And that is how Black is going to lose this game.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
So king g6, let's say king e5 or king e4, I'm not sure which one, but one of them.
Yeah.
It's almost like as Black, you do need to give up the f7 pawn and just play like rook e8, rook e1, like try to get some counterplay or something, because if you sit here and just let it happen, I don't know what to recommend here. Magnus has so much time on his hands, Levy. He's playing bishop b3. He's like, let me defend that bishop so everything is covered. Oh my goodness.
Just to drive a point home here, like it's the light squares that are obviously decisive for white, but it's also, again, both pawns on dark squares walking into a light squared bishop. In the long run, there is a world in which white wins this pawn. And even if Black were to give up, white were to lose these two pawns and get a bishop, this is the difference. It's the fact that these two are going to survive, right? But Amon, I got to tell you, it's getting a little weird.
Well, he's got g5, king e6, bishop f5 on his mind, but the Black king goes to d5 there, and I can guarantee you Hikaru will be happy with that transformation of the position, because at least he won't be completely tied down anymore. So I feel like he needs to reset things here with bishop p3, and yes, he does.
He's not doing this. That is the winning plan. In fact, it's the only winning plan. He's looking at it and he doesn't like it because I guess the rook is going to get off the back rank and rather off of passivity, but also the king is going to walk to this pawn. But actually, and he might just be forced into this.
Yeah, he definitely has to do it. Now, the thing about king d5 is you're blocking bishop from hitting f7, but you need to do it. It's a necessary move. King c6, the g pawn doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Hikaru can't believe it.
This is really, king c6, and I mean, it looks like you've made a mistake, Amon. It looks like the pawn's going, but it's too slow.
Yeah, actually, even worse than king c6 is d7, rook e8, and if the bishop goes to c7, then you've got king c6.
This is also what I was talking about for everybody, right? Bishop takes this. It's these two. It's the fact that they're never going to be broken apart by the pawns for Black. If these pawns were on a4, b5, you start pushing them. It's actually possible, but bishop d6 here is just game over. I mean, white will win that very easily.
I don't see a path forward, because even if you try to play, for example, like bishop g3 to h4, white plays d7, rook e8, and the black rook on f8 just doesn't have anywhere to go. So yeah, you can't even you can't even play that, like to cover d8 and sack the bishop for the pawn there. No, you have to take it now. Amazing. And Magnus getting it done from a position where that was an unbelievable move earlier. I'm still thinking about it when Hikaru took the knight on f3 and Magnus just ignored it. That was a shot.
Yeah, and Hikaru found bishop d4, bishop c5, but just even the gall to not take the free bishop, to use his last pawn, and it just shows you how practically you can't watch Magnus's games and just rely on the evaluation bar. It's so difficult. Every moment, Hikaru has to be accurate. Having said that, Aman, it is also part of the opening Hikaru plays. He does play an opening, which bears a massive responsibility to play 20 to 25 accurate moves. And if you slip up for a second against the right opponent, which in this case basically is only Magnus Carlsen, you may lose. And
this is exactly what we were talking about the first time they played this opening in this match. It was actually just a beautiful game by Hikaru. And it's like, yeah, he's going to have these amazing games in this line, but he's also risking a lot. And we've seen both sides of the coin. Beautiful defense, amazing compensation, almost a win. And then in this case, unfortunately, just up against it here, down 2 minutes, and the pawn is marching down.
Magnus demonstrating a level of patience here. He's not rushing like, yeah, okay, you could play rook f8 here and blunder rook. That's actually not even a blunder because at the end you have a check, which is kind of absurd. But
yeah, you can't actually blunder this position if you tried, Levy. It's just not possible.
You can't take the pawn because of a fork. Oh my god.
Just brutal. Yeah. And rook c8 is coming to, I think, ice this one. b5, I think, is the only move to try. Pawn to b5, giving the bishop an extra couple squares there.
Yeah, bishop. Okay, and now rook c8 is the only move. Got to really lock in here and find this attack on the bishop.
Yeah, rook c8, the bishop moves somewhere, and I wonder what we do from there. I guess you can keep attacking the bishop. The bishop can't really go to a5 that nicely because there's a rook c5 check coming up.
He finds it. Yeah, Aman, you just keep it. Oh, okay. He finds rook a8. It's a nice idea. And now rook a6 or rook a4 will pick up a pawn in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
But how does white win the game?
Yeah, I was thinking of like rook a7 defends the pawn, and then we could think of things like bishop d3 or something like that.
Bishop,
yeah, you got to make sure that you don't like queen your pawn, win the bishop, but lose your a pawn. That's very important not to do.
Yes, an important thing to point out. Bishop d3 here looks like it wins on the spot because you're making a queen, but after this, and this pawn falling, rook and bishop versus rook is a draw. Although in this case, it's practically winning.
Mm-hmm.
40 seconds on the clock, no bonus time.
Exactly, because let's not forget, the other reason we're so confident that Magnus is going to get this done is because, well, he doesn't only need to get it done on the board, he can get it done with the clock as well.
Yeah, check, nice move. Always good to deflect a king further away from the defense, and some bishop c4 here is nice and easy. And, Magnus doesn't even have to win the game on the board. He could also flag Hikaru just by creating threats for a proper amount of time.
Exactly right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 30 seconds. I mean, Hikaru is so resilient, but thing is, like, white's just ahead. So good offense is going to beat good defense here.
Yeah, bishop c4. And this is it. Bishop d5 is the vortex you get caught in. Very nice. And now you can play king d6, and this should be the end of the game. What a setup by Magnus.
Just perfect. Yeah. The technique here has been impressive, and I think we will see a resignation there. Wow. What a fight between these two.
Hikaru is beside himself. He's shaking his head, and he's talking to himself, and he's definitely missing something. He missed f4 for sure.
Yep.
But he's got to get over it quickly, Aman. It's 2-1, and he needs to win the next game.
That's right. Of course, he'll only drop to the loser's bracket where he can simply return to face Magnus again. But as we keep pointing out, the path to the Esports World Cup has been determined now for all the players. But Magnus representing Team Liquid, he's playing for prizes here. He's trying to notch another tournament victory under his belt, and Hikaru the same, representing the Falcons. So it's not just here playing for fun. These guys' idea of fun is like, I've already qualified and I'm only playing for thousands and thousands of dollars. No big deal.
Can I just say, I love the side-by-side shot. I think a lot of people have gotten into chess over the last few years, and chess has only really broken through as an esport maybe in the last 1 or 2 consistently. But there is something endearing about watching 2 of the best players in the world, quite literally ranked 1 and 2, dressed in esports jerseys, covered with sponsors and playing for the highest stakes. I just find it very, very endearing after watching chess for 25 years without seeing that.
Yeah, it's come such a long way. I've been a fan of the esports space for a while, and to just see it like unify like this is pretty exciting as a fan and also a chess player myself. So very, very cool. Looking at this game here, we've said enough. It is a must win, but knight g5, is this tactical theme here?
Knight g5 is crazy. The idea of knight to g5 was that if the move bishop g7 had been played, there was some e5 tricks maybe brewing in the position. Some sort of, and instead of that, we have a repositioning to h3 and a close Sicilian-esque type of game. Magnus has played this as well with the knight on h3, and white will try to generate some sort of attack in the long run.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm familiar with this idea that Hikaru did knight g5, knight h3, and then you kind of induce h6. You also get your knight out of the way. And amazingly, the knight can operate very decently from the f2 square. I feel like knights on f2 and f7 are some of my favorite pieces in chess. They're always like covering squares you don't expect them to. And in true Hikaru Nakamura style, you need a win. How about g4 and a massive kingside attack? I mean, this is definitely playing for the fans, playing for the result here. I like it.
Absolutely. And he has to win. Of course, this is not the grand final, but this is Hikaru putting as much pressure as possible. Magnus responding in a very principled way. If a guy is charging at you with pawns, you can either meet him head on, or you can attack on the other side of the board or down the center. G5, this is all epic stuff we're about to see. Last game, we saw Magnus attack 99. Hikaru defense 98. That was literally what it came down to. And this game, Hikaru might be turning it around and trying to test Magnus's defensive skills.
Yeah, knight h7. So threatening to maybe take on g5, but also maybe just lock it up with pawn to h5. I definitely think the move f5, at some point needs to make an appearance. And let's not forget about development. Knight b1 to d2 to f3, maybe into g5. White needs to make sure all the pieces are part of the attack here, because you go too crazy without developing, it's probably not going to work out.
I don't really agree. The move queen g4 is a mistake. I mean, it's at a best minus 0.4. This is just like a very natural move to me. And Magnus now giving Hikaru some things to think about him on. You said knight d2, knight f3, but if you start abandoning your queen side, it could come under fire. And there's moves like c4 that also question the integrity of your structure. So not an easy position at all. I mean, in a bullet game, this is like a 70% chance that Hikaru wins it, even against Matt in bullet, because it's much easier to attack in bullet chess. But with 8 minutes on the clock, it's not so simple.
Exactly. I'm really surprised that Magnus is just so confident. I mean, maybe that's what it's like to be number one. He sees queen g4 aimed directly at his king, and he's like, sure, b4, just queen side move. I'm not scared at all. Queen g3, posturing on the other side of the board here, but it feels like Magnus is just saying, okay, you got your stuff, I got my stuff on the queen side. I would have been wondering about king h8, like, should we get out of the g file? But instead, he's trying to make sure he has his own counterplay so that Hikaru can't just all out on the king side. He's got threats to think about in the center.
Yeah, and apparently b takes c3 was wrong, but apparently b takes c3 by white was wrong, and apparently bishop a6 are wrong. Everything is wrong. Computer's just hating on everything. Bishop a6 is not even a threat, let it be known. That's
That's right.
But,
But it does stop things like bishop to e3,
yes.
which maybe is a natural developing move. Knight d2, knight f3 can no longer be played because of that pawn. And if you play c4, you're opening not only bishop g7 as a serious move, but knight d4.
Yes. Yes, knight d2 I still like, and on top of that, if you play rook d1, it's almost a step backwards. The rook is trying to be on the f file. It's not really trying to be going that way. Knight c4 is a big question. I don't know if you play a move like this. You attack the queen, you attack the pawn on d6, but you voluntarily eviscerate your pawn structure. Maybe you don't care because you're attacking anyway, but in the long run, it will cost you. So,
yeah, I think I would really consider that, especially given the constraints of needing to win. Knight c4, queen takes c3. That starts to get more interesting. That I'm not 100% sure about.
Yeah, and then you would have had to play bishop b2. This feels a little slow. I mean, it feels like it's all proper, but by the way, we're living in a world in which rook b8, rook b2 is the solution. I don't know.
That makes perfect sense.
And I will take a look. We have the okay, that's not the best move. Queen b6 targeting. I would never play queen b6, but I guess it. Yeah.
So what does rook b8? Let's just say is very, very, very natural. I'm wondering if white's playing knight b3 because rook b1 does not feel like the move. I mean, ever. Like this one drops a2. The other rook to b1 is just nonsense. And you're not achieving anything.
And by the way, in that position, the best move is rook takes b2, which is really funny.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. Queen c3, knight d4, d3 hanging. This is disaster.
Yeah, so that's why Hikaru played it slow. He didn't try to play. That's why he's going for bishop b2. But queen, was that that was on purpose?
I think. I mean, it's a double attack. d3 and b2 threatened. Pawn a4 looks like a move you'd want to throw in here. And then the interesting thing is the queen, I guess, I was going to say queen b3, maybe queen b7, but one of the moves that still attacks the bishop.
Yes. Interesting. So this was Magnus's idea. He did not want to put the queen on b6, where the knight would have come with the tempo. Interesting. This looks like a strange configuration, but then you look at who's playing it and you go, okay, maybe I don't understand chess.
Yeah, one of the funny things I was considering was a4, queen b3, and then rook a3 by white, and then you go back to b7. And then you're like, well, now maybe the rook on a3 is a bit ridiculous.
It's a good point, because then white has to spend at least one more move going backwards. But overall, I think this is a win for Hikaru as far as the opening goes, and you kind of don't want to lose the bishop on b2, though. You don't want to take the knight. I'm not really sure what you can play.
And by the way, like the engine is sitting here saying white's got a good position. First of all, around equal, but slightly better. Like I'm looking at the position and feeling like maybe Magnus is making stuff happen on the queen side. That's where all the action has been over the last 5 moves. But let's not forget that the king side still exists, and f5 is still going to be played.
Okay, Hikaru has given up a real mercenary of the dark squares. The bishop on b2 going down. This knight looks ridiculous, but I got news for you. This bishop is also pretty bad, and the knight has an easier path home, not to mention a path into the position. I would go knight c6 here. I'm looking at stuff like that. e5 is a very, very bold move. Rook b1, knight c6 looks pretty appetizing.
I mean, how are you going to stop me from playing f5 here? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, as well. Maybe there's a queen d2 and a queen trade. He feels confident with something like that.
That's very interesting. I like that idea a lot, and I think you might be exactly right.
Hitting the
Making
knight.
sure that
no queen, with no queen, Hikaru's not checkmating here. So f5 could be not good.
That's right. Yeah, maybe knight c6. Let's see. Queen d2, definitely possible here.
It is the top line of the computer. Knight c6, queen e3, you trade. I wonder what Hikaru has in mind.
Well, there is pawn takes g6. So queen d2, pawn takes g6. I guess you're just taking back and going king h8, and it's almost like, well, thanks for opening the g file. Maybe I'll use it to checkmate you now.
Yeah, there's all sorts of lines where the king gets out of the way. Also, yeah, look, we were looking at queen d2. There's also king h8 now. There's king g7 now. There's a million choices and only 5 minutes to play them.
Yeah, I really like this queen d2 idea. Roughly 5 minutes apiece here for these two. So still a very, very healthy amount of time, considering the position is still very complicated. And if queen d2, queen e3 happens, the game's really going to simplify. And I have to say, Levitt, the outlook for Hikaru for a win after a queen e3 happens is I'm really having trouble believing.
Yeah, wow. Magnus going into this line, losing the pawn, and potentially creating his own counterplay on this file. He is a pawn down, but where is that pawn? It's right here.
Just smacked himself on the head there. He said, what am I thinking? Queen e3, rook g8? I don't know. Everything is loose here.
Yeah, apparently the best move there was bishop e3 and queen takes pawn, just greedily taking the pawn back.
That's so crazy. I would never.
But okay, queen h5. And
so queen takes d6. Is there rook takes g2?
Yeah, that looks like a problem.
There's a hanging bishop on a6 at the end. There's a hanging e5 pawn with check. It's just hard to navigate the full calculation, but I would at least be very concerned about it.
Absolutely. Queen d6, rook takes, then you bring the second rook, and that whole sequence is actually going to end up being slightly better for black, but Magnus is not interested in that. He's just interested in a draw because that would end the match with a 2.5, 1.5 victory. So, yeah, queen h5 is the only way because you need to keep this knight protected. But I'd be worried if I'm Hikaru. I mean, this bishop is coming back very quickly, and if the pawn on d3 falls, everything is falling.
Right. Let's pay attention here. Queen h5, yeah, definitely the safer move, more standard for sure. Everything looked like it was falling apart there with the sacrifice. I wish the bishop on a6 was a participant, right? If you could only just get that piece into the game, everything would be different. And I'm sure white feels the same about the knight on b3, right? Put it on d5, the whole game is different. Put it on f5, it's completely over. So both of these strong players missing a strong piece.
Wow, Magnus is still going for it. He absolutely did not need to do that. What has he missed? He has missed rook f3. Rook f3 is not only a defensive move against the attack on the knight, it's winning for white.
So rook f3, queen e2, kind of pinning the rook to the queen. I guess there you can just go rook g1 or something.
Yeah, just rook g1, and the knight comes back, and black does not have enough attacking pieces.
Is that glass from Magnus really big? Like, is that just a massive water glass?
Yeah,
and just took a drink, and I was like, "What's going on here?"
Oh my goodness, he missed rook g3. Rook g3. He's forced Hikaru into finding a queen sacrifice checkmate him on.
Wait, what? Magnus played this. Hikaru is like, he thinks he's lost. He's behaving like he's lost. He doesn't see rook g3 yet. Magnus played it like it was winning. This is such a crazy...
He resigned! Oh my god, he resigned!
He resigned. He's going to look at the game review now. Oh my goodness, he resigned in a winning position. And it smiles all around. It's just the most insane result in chess. The two best players in the world, neither one of them saw the best move. Levy, this is insane.
This is, you could not script this any differently. Let's put it this way, Amon. If this was a betting line on one of the sports betting partners, people would be real mad right now.
Oh my goodness. Resigning in a position, because the move is just so insane. Magnus played bishop g4 thinking, I've got you, right? There's no move for you. Losing a queen or losing the rook on f3. And he resigns, not even realizing that Magnus could have possibly blundered the entire game right there. Levy, these are the results. It's 3-1 as the final result in the winners final. And Magnus moves on, awaits who is going to face him in the grand finals. Hikaru Nakamura is going to be kicking himself after that one. This is our full bracket, Levy.
I don't think I've ever been a part of something like that before. I'm not even sure I've ever witnessed that. We have seen endless Hikaru versus Magnus. We've seen endless of these online events over the last half a decade, Amon. That was unbelievable. Magnus moves on to a grand final in the most unlikely of fashions. Amon, let's put it this way. If there was ever to be a blooper where you resign in a final game, make it here and not in Riyadh.
Yes. You're absolutely right. This is the losers bracket. These are the matchups for tomorrow, Levy. So I'm barely getting over what we just saw. Truly, you're never going to encounter, Hikaru resigning in a winning position like that, especially against Magnus. But the matchups that we have set for the losers bracket are featuring, Nodirbek, who came down, featuring Nepo. So these are the matchups that are going to be really exciting for tomorrow. But I mean, final thoughts, Levy. What the heck did we just witness? That was madness from Hikaru and Magnus.
That was so wild. And I don't want people to commit the mistake of thinking that was easy. I would have very easily come up with a move there. But both of them went into that sequence and they just both thought they were losing. But there wasn't they both thought Hikaru was losing.
Right.
But Amon, there was a moment you just take 30 seconds and you go, wait, he can't take my queen if I play rook g3.
Yeah.
And he just threw in the towel. They both thought the game was lost for white. I can't believe it. That was wild.
The Magnus effect. It just has to be explained like that because you know what? Hikaru had time on his clock, but Magnus played it. It looked like a winning tactic to me as well, by the way. And then in the moment, he was like, okay, nice one. You got me. And he just threw in the towel like that. But an important reminder, double check everything because there was a winning move for Hikaru. But as you said, better to have that happen here than in the grand finals in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. So, we will be back with potential, everyone stick around, interview with, of course, Magnus. But before we get to that, guys, let me tell you about Chess Up. As seen on Shark Tank, the Chess Up team returns with a brand new Chess Up 2 smart chessboard that combines the best of online and over-the-board chess. With built-in Wi-Fi and Chess.com compatibility, Chess Up 2 carries all the convenience of online gaming, like access to the millions of players in the online chess community, without losing the unique experience and feel of over-the-board chess. Over 500,000 Chess.com games have been played on the Chess Up 2 board so far. Take 10% off your purchase for a limited time only with code CCT10 at playchessup.com or !chessup in chat to unlock this offer. Levy, we're going to be rejoined with Magnus Carlsen for an interview. I can't wait to ask him what the heck was going through his mind. So everyone, stay tuned and we'll be back shortly.
Mom wore this to my wedding.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. We'd each make one move every morning before starting our day.
Are you sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll just see.
All right, well.
Gotcha.
Oh my. Oh. She's a smart kid.
How did she do that? That's incredible. Nice going.
You underestimated her, Grandpa.
The Esports World Cup is the place where the best gamers across all disciplines have the chance to come together. If you look at the history of games, the oldest, most important game of all time was still missing. The addition of chess is a super important step to have all the best games in the Esports World Cup.
I think chess is perfectly suited for this format. I love having a bit of a hybrid of over-the-board live events with computers and a live audience. It is purely a skill-based game where you can test yourself against your opponent. There are no excuses if you win or lose. You will see in faster games there will be a lot of swings, fast-paced actions. So I'm really excited for us to be part of it this year. Hopefully it's the start of something big.
Welcome back to the 2025 Chess.com Classic. Myself and Levy here, and we are joined with the winner of that final matchup there, Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, welcome in. There's no way I could start this interview other than saying, like, you think you could have made that same mistake? I mean, what were you thinking there? You obviously played it thinking it was completely winning, and the resignation in a winning position for white is pretty shocking. What do you think?
Yeah, of course. Like everybody else, I was shocked by that. I just thought I was completely winning. I mean, I was playing out this whole line with this idea in mind, and I just thought like there was nothing. And then when I made the move, I saw it rook g3. Yeah, I started thinking about. The thing is, he played rook g1 so quickly, but there wasn't really much else, and I don't know, like, if he missed bishop g4 or what was going on. But the fact that, like, I saw rook g3 immediately, but the fact that he didn't play it immediately gave me a little bit of hope. And of course, then, yeah, when he resigned, it was a bit absurd, because at that point I was just desperately looking for ways that I could prolong their game, like rook g5 or something after rook G3, but yeah, what can I say? Absolutely absurd end to the game, but I'll take it, of course.
Magnus, out of curiosity, have you ever done something like this? Like, there are a few viral ones where I think Shanklin resigned in a drawn position. Have you ever resigned in a drawn or winning position in your entire career, like even as a child?
Yeah, I remember 15 years ago, I resigned, I think, a rook and g-pawn against rook position in a classical game. Because I think I didn't realize that I could just wait on the first or eighth rank, whatever you call it, and make a draw even when your opponent has pushed the pawn all the way. Apart from that, like, I must have resigned a blitz game in a winning or drawn position at some point. I cannot imagine otherwise, but like in serious games, it doesn't immediately come to mind now.
Yeah,
there was one Svidler when I had a queen end game that was pretty lost, but not immediately resignable, and I was just like disgusted with the game and the whole tournament. And I resigned, and Peter, you know, being a kind of a premature resigner himself, like I had to double check. I didn't know for a draw, right? But yeah, I don't know.
Shocking stuff. I mean, a crazy end. I'll take us back a little bit. I wanted to ask you, Magnus, about this opening that Hikaru keeps playing. Were you planning to play this against him? You had a couple games in it when you played with the white pieces. He had a game against Nepo. I was wondering, like, did you see that game and then decide, like, Oh, I saw that, maybe he made a mistake in that one early. Try to repeat the game and see if he looked at it in the break.
Yeah, like obviously Hikaru has played this line a lot. It's become kind of his main repertoire, and it is like a lot of forced lines from the openings, especially ones that are not the absolute main lines. In that it holds, but you usually have to make a lot of good moves if your opponent goes for some concrete line. So I thought I'd test out this concrete line, but then I forgot what to do in the first game when I played the move h3 instead of b4, which is a lot more dangerous. And then of course, yeah, a5 was not the main line, and then I kind of had to go from there. I didn't find the best line, but even what I found was extremely dangerous for him. So yeah, I think that's just the way it goes sometimes. Like, you can play these lines, but you have to be really, really well prepared. And today, like, he wasn't quite up to speed, it seems. And then, especially in faster games, yeah, you can get into a lot of trouble.
Magnus, in recent times, I think Hikaru started using the phrase "the Magnus effect" a little bit more, as well as some of perhaps your other contemporaries. Are you aware of the Magnus effect? If you are, do you actively, take advantage of it during the games, or do you just show up and play moves?
No, I'm usually as shocked as you guys are. I guess against certain people, I try and use, I kind of adjust my level of aggression in games based on what kind of psychological advantage I think I have. But yeah, most of the time I just try to put pressure on when they make mistakes, be that to Magnus effect or whatever else that I don't know. But yeah, obviously resigning in a winning position, that's kind of an extreme example of trusting your opponent when you shouldn't.
Well, Magnus, on a lighter note, I was actually noticing on cam that you were drinking out of the largest glass that I've ever seen, and I saw that David actually revealed that flowers are supposed to go in that. Are you drinking out of a vase, or is that just a very large glass?
It's a normal size glass. There's probably something wrong with the
okay
with the video, but this is how Vikings drink.
I think we have another hard-hitting chat question, which is comes from I don't know how to say this name, but there's a lot of Q, U's, and I's. Could be Finnish. Says, what brand of jeans are you wearing today?
Oh, I'm actually not wearing wearing jeans today. So shame on me.
Thought that was heading a wrong direction. Then I realized we're in the corporate office over there.
There was a bit of a turn in the weather today, so it's been pretty summer-like, at least as summery as it gets in Norway the last probably week or so. But today we're back to colder temperature. So yesterday I was rocking the shorts. Today we're back to pants, sadly.
Very nice. Well, obviously there's still many more matches to come in this event. I'll just ask a final question looking ahead to the Esports World Cup. Magnus, what are your thoughts on Saudi Arabia? Don't know if you've been paying attention, but all of the players have now been determined from this event in terms of the qualifiers, so you kind of have an idea who's going to be there. But I mean, representing Team Liquid, I mean, how excited are you to play in the Esports World Cup?
No, it's a big deal. Of course, it's a first for me. It's a first for chess. I love the idea of having faster chess in esports arenas, and as people have seen in these qualifiers, the no increment time control is extremely cutthroat, and I expect this event to be something special, and hopefully we can make something fun happen there.
Awesome. Well, Magnus, I think we'll let you go. Thanks for your time. There's obviously more to come still in this event, so we'll see more chess from you. But congratulations on the result today, and we'll see you in the grand finals.
Thank you.
And there you have it, Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Levy, just a crazy win. Truly an ending to that match you could never predict. He moves on to the grand final, and we're looking at the bracket here. Our matchups are determined also in the losers quarterfinals. That is Abdusattorov, Fedoseev going up against one another, and MVL against Nepomniachtchi, while Hikaru Nakamura lays, waiting in the losers final to face the ultimate winner down there, and then the winner of that match would go up to play in the grand final against Magnus.
Look, I'm gonna say it. I don't think that's ever happened against me. Not Hikaru resigning in a winning position. Frankly, like any grandmaster resigning in a winning position. So
right, yeah,
it's definitely a great win. I think it's one of those wins that supersedes being maybe upset at yourself that you missed Rook G3, and both of them qualified anyway. But yeah, man, I mean that's crazy. This is like a once in a lifetime lightning bolt, and just thankfully it did not happen when there was hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line.
That's right. Only tens of thousands here. And well, let's also show everyone once and for all who has actually made it to Riyadh, who will be attending the Esports World Cup, and have a look at this. So obviously we know, Magnus, Hikaru, Jan, they were already qualified even from the first Chess.com qualifier. But we have Vyacheslav Duda, Arjun, Ali Reza, Nodirbek with his performance in this event alone was enough to qualify. Fabiano also with Team Liquid. And then we have Artemiev, Wei Yi, and then finally MVL and Fedoseev with their performances today, Levy, squeak into those last two spots.
I really like this list. I love that everybody is signed except Fedoseev. I don't know who made the mistake of not signing him, but I don't know if it's too late. They absolutely should have. Fedoseev played on the Gotham Knights back when the Pro Chess League was a thing, and we won the championship with him and Hikaru. So I love that, this is players all over the world, from US to China and everything in the middle. I love that almost everybody is signed. And I also love that it's a mix of generations. It's really 50-50. We've got guys like Wei Yi, who's in the next generation, but a little bit older, then all the way down to guys like Nodirbek, Eric Geisy, Ferrugia. So it's up for grabs, but the Magnus effect is real. He still hasn't lost a game in the Chess.com Classic I'm on, and I'm not sure he's going to lose another one up until the very end.
Yeah, no, you may be exactly right there. The path to the Esports World Cup that everyone has taken has just been so different, but it feels like Magnus is just hitting the winner's bracket, winning all the matches, and he's really looked untouchable. If he brings this level to the Esports World Cup, Levy, it almost seems like a foregone conclusion who's going to win that thing. But everything changes, in a big, stadium atmosphere like that. So it's going to be really exciting to see.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly said. And I enjoy watching. I obviously enjoyed commentating, and today commentating with you was also great. I also enjoy watching your commentary. I like being a spectator, because in the world of chess, it really feels like, is Magnus going to get it done again? And in the back of your mind, you kind of cheer like, maybe today's the day somebody upsets him. Maybe today is the day that somebody summons a demon out of him, puts the pressure on him to make a comeback. We were so close today to an Armageddon, and we get a resignation to winning position. Crazy, but
unreal.
No, we get more action tomorrow and the day after.
That's right. That's what the tournament format does. Moments like that are going to be exciting. We'll see more of that. We've got commentary tomorrow, so I will be back. I'm not sure about yourself, Levy, whether you'll be joining us in the next couple days, but I'll be here along with the chat. Really excited to get into those commentary days, but a ton of fun today and a few hiccups. We're not going to sweep that under the rug, but we ultimately brought you the best show we could today, and we'll see everyone for commentary tomorrow. So thank you very much for watching, everyone. Shout out for production for making the show happen through thick and thin, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.